Well, good hello and welcome to session 10 of the fourth arc of the Cascade game. Instead of me saying part this or part that, I figured it was easier to call it session 10. It's the 1st of February 2025. I'm Viktor, the GM, and here are the players.
Yep, I'm Sean. I'll be playing Falkwin, who's the mystical speaker who keeps a magic ally.
Hi, I'm Kalli. I play Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Good evening, my name is Alexander. Tonight I'll be playing Lockheart Dourf, who's an Empathic speaker. It's exactly the sort of person you want interpreting the law.
Hello, I'm Hannah, and I'm playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin.
And I believe Chris is having some audio problems. Yes.
Perfect timing.
Yep. Nori is so stealthed. You with us, Chris?
Stealth.
Chris. Nope. Please tell me. Chris. Did I say good hello at the start? If not, good hello. I don't remember. It was so long ago. While we're waiting on Chris's audio resolving itself, what do you remember from last time?
Oh, so long ago.
Mm-hmm.
We received a gift.
Yeah, sure.
And we now don't have to look after as many people. We look at the positives here.
Positive, yeah.
Oh.
Are we talking about Chris not being here, or are we talking about all the people that Lockheart got killed?
Whoa.
Right, all I'm saying, Falkwin played good cop and didn't really get anywhere. Lockheart played bad cop and 6 people died.
Mm-hmm.
We found out that 6 people died is the very important context.
But KT's fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We did briefly think he might be dead, which was very stressful. But he was just trapped in a magical light prison.
Circle of runes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Behind.
Which we think was cast by... Where are my names? Keenan. Silver Mug.
Yep. Right, somebody remembers my names because I've got paper somewhere that says all this.
Knowingly, my notes have started to spread over different notebooks. So my last notes are from when we met a bee. Less useful.
I also, my session 9 notes are not in this notebook.
It was last session 9. I have it as 8.
Yeah, last session was 9, this is 10.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's why I said at the intro, it's session 10.
I must have some. Yeah, okay, we know what happened. Don't know when or how, but we know what.
Am I alive in this room?
Yes, yeah. Trying to do your intro? Just go for it.
Oh, have we gone that far?
Oh yeah, we're way past it.
Who am I? I'm Chris, I'm playing Nori Nediam. Somebody that likes to do something, and I will catch up.
Yeah, a half-elven explorer who likes to infiltrate is the usual line.
Everything's shut down. Everything's gone.
The panic! Panic!
Have to open up Roll20. All over again.
Okay. But I mean, you're here.
It's working.
That's the
you
main
heard
thing.
It working.
Did I?
Well, somebody did. Talked about age, I'm sure.
Yeah, we did. Yep, that happened. Yep.
That was this time, not last time.
Yep, that was the session. Although a lot of people seem to have misplaced session 9, so it's going well.
It's not like anything important happened, it's fine.
Yeah, totally fine. I love how I've got in my session 9 notes here, like horse is it Chloe and Keenan?
Yes.
Just for like your welfare checks.
Yeah. I think we were trying to figure out could I check in on a horse? And could I check in on people that I'm aware of, even if I haven't technically met them? Which seems to be yes, but they choose not to respond.
Yeah, because I think it was about like whether or not you technically met Chloe, but we were like, yeah, you did a head count and stuff. It's good enough for me. So yes, what else do you remember from last time?
There were people with blank minds, and it was weird, and we were very suspicious.
Yeah, we each kind of split up and tried to talk to them in each of their groups, see what was going on. And yeah, there was one person in each group that had a blank mind, apart from lads group.
Yep.
The lads.
Lads.
Okay.
Great.
Alu Ben wanted us to stab people, to poke people.
Yep.
But we went for sort of a slightly less aggressive form of checking if people weren't illusions.
Yeah, she wasn't quite stab people.
No. Like a prick.
Yeah.
A finger.
Yeah. But it definitely wasn't as subtle, because I know that obviously illusion magic was discussed, and then
Was I talking and everything died?
Oh, okay. It must have.
Great.
Yep.
This is going so well.
Welcome back.
I don't know what was happening.
Whose turn is it next? That's my exciting part. Like, let's play the bingo card.
No, I look at my 3 tiny screens.
What were you saying, Kalli?
What was I saying? I don't know.
So we're saying, what was there last time? You said lads group were fine.
Lads. Falkwin and Lockheart did some investigating with their talkie powers. Falkwin seemed everyone was acting normal, but then Lockheart talked to someone and it was an illusion, and then 6 dead people appeared.
Yes.
And they said something weird first. Again, I don't have my notes, so I haven't got that written down.
I don't know what they said.
Well,
I remember.
I remember the flattering bits, because he said, "Your silver tongue is almost gold.
Yeah.
Here, a gift."
And then did their eyes flash a weird color, or just?
They just kind of faded away. I think the eyes were maybe the last thing to go.
Okay.
I know Lockheart was just congratulating himself on the.
Yeah. So yeah, we had 6 new bodies appear amongst the kind of 10 groups that people had been divided up into. As you said, rightly so, both Falkwin and Lockheart had specifically picked two of the groups. One quite a large group that Falkwin spoke to, and one quite a small group that Lockheart spoke to. And then Lockheart rolled a 34. Or something absolutely ridiculous like that. And yes, seemed to get slightly further ahead in the mystery. By having the almost disembodied voice as it fades away from what seemingly was an illusion of a person, saying your silver tongue is almost golden to Lockheart, and have a gift. And then the bodies appeared, the screaming happened, etc. And that's what draws everyone's attention, obviously, to these newly discovered victims in the room. Before we jump into that moment, is there anything else that happened last time?
15 people disappeared.
Yep. 15 people at the start. KT vanished at some point.
Yeah, so I think you were away when we talked about that part there. I think you'd nipped away. So yes, KT couldn't be communicated with, and there was some fear about his well-being, and then they found him with a nice little rune prison around him, and Nori kindly relieved him of such prison, and then they ran off after Chloe and Keenan again. Chloe was contacted last time as well by Myr'ra, and was told to basically, hold fire where you are if you can. Like, people are trying to find you. Like, there's no need for panic, really. And in the background, the screaming from the the telepathy phone call, like.
Yeah, Myr'ra tried to project calm assurance. Don't know how successful that was.
Yeah, and obviously, due to a lack of ability to reply in a lot of cases, it's hard to say. So yes, here we are. Session 10. There's 6 new bodies.
Are the bodies the people who had blank minds?
No,
Okay, are they still here? I
seemingly.
look for the blank mind people.
Yep.
Okay. I note their location down in my brain and
Yep.
my notebook.
What do you mean by 6 new bodies appeared? Like, did the lights go out and come back on? Did we just suddenly notice there were corpses among us?
Yes, the latter. People just noticed that, in 6 of the groups, there's now someone dead.
Did anyone notice whether the numbers in any of the groups changed?
There's 1 less.
So it's not the case that there was like 10 people and then all of a sudden they noticed, oh, there's a body there, that makes 11 of us, but one of us is dead. It was that there used to be 10, 11 people and now there's 9 plus a corpse.
No, because that's what you asked at the start, and
Okay.
you said it was the other way round. So, in people's different groups, a body has appeared in the middle of them.
Okay, yeah, so
Okay,
no one
okay.
died, it's just
Yes.
now we can see
The
that
only
there's a
person who is
couple.
missing is the
Right.
person that Lockheart took away.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we near enough any of the bodies?
So for anyone counting, the count is currently 58.
Okay. Plus 6 dead bodies.
Well,
have that written down.
Well, the plus the 6 dead bodies is me counting the live people. So,
58 live people.
Yes.
Living.
because when the 15 went missing, you went down to 59.
Yes, and now one. Okay.
And you've lost 1, the person that Lockhart spoke to. But there's 6 people that have appeared, but they are dead.
I'm really not doing very well.
So
I'm
arguably there's only
reviewing all
9
of
people
this.
that went missing technically.
Yeah,
Okay.
the 2.
Could we? Sorry, go.
Just quick, the 2 that are still in the caves, the one that maybe set the trap and one that was sort of just.
Yeah, Chloe and Kidden. Yep.
Yeah. Are they in that 58 or are they another 2?
It's been how many sessions now? I don't remember.
No, I don't think they were. I think they'd already been taken out of our.
Let me go backwards in my math then. So there was 79 to start with, 3 died straight up, and that brought us obviously down to 67, 74. Yeah, so they're not included. So yeah, there's 2.
So we could improve our current number.
True. And there might still be 9 other. Did we? I can't remember. In my notes somewhere else. The 15 people who went missing. We couldn't identify who they were. People didn't
No.
seem to know who had gone.
Correct.
They were just like. But now we have 6 bodies. Can we try and identify them?
Yes, you can try and identify them. Yes.
Slash. Also, have they been stabbed through the front and the back? Please and thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Not good, but.
how he's handling the panicking people
Oh.
though, because it's a lot of people in a very small space. All obviously didn't just sit and stare at the body panicking. They all kind of got up and flapped about.
Screamed and
Yeah.
ran around.
Erase memories.
You got enough for the whole room?
I need mass memory erase.
Myr'ra desperately wishes to be back in a library. But we'll maybe turn to Dig and say, maybe we should try and get everybody out of this bit, and maybe we'd all sleep in the corridor passage.
Is it possible?
Maybe we just keep moving.
Is it possible that these corpses were teleported here?
Oh, I can possibly try and look at that, but maybe not with all the screaming.
Falkwin's
I
clearly.
start making tea. I'm gonna start trying to hand out chamomile tea.
Yeah, I think Dig will take your heed there, and Dig will head out to the out the outer reaches of the group to try and shepherd people a bit, so nobody goes running down caves.
Yeah, great. That would yes. Get lads involved in that.
Yeah, So lads are obviously trying to, like, look as buff and macho as they can, and I think the 3 elven maidens, our favourite NPCs, will also try and help shepherd people. So get a decent shepherd team, Dig leading the lads and the elven maidens. This feels like it's becoming like a sports commentator.
Lads, elven.
Elven maidens over to Dig. So yeah, so they're at least stopping every panic run down dark caves, which is good. I think most people are aware that while it's not safe here, it's also not safe in the caves, given everything that's been going on. So it's more of it is just raw panic of, what do we do now? Like, why is this happening? Like, who's next? That's the worry.
Nothing to panic, they're all already dead.
Not helpful, Lockheart. Myr'ra might use the telepathic links and maybe try and go, do we need to maybe just inform people a bit? Maybe people will feel less out of control if they know what the threat is. Because at this point, it's quite hard to hide that there's not something weird going on. Maybe they need to just know that there's some kind of...
Well, they obviously know that something's going on.
Mm-hmm. I'm ding this messages back and forth between all of us. So
yeah,
able
and I'm
to
sure they've seen their fair share of hardship where they're from. So maybe
again,
looping
them in might gain us more information. Someone might have seen something that they don't know is important.
I think we have no other choice than to try and galvanize the group's nature, hopefully to our favor. I fear we might lose more to panic than piercing.
Yeah, these caves are not safe, even without. I gesture at the 6 dead bodies.
Is anything going to go move the bodies? Or anything?
If people have started to, like, Myr'ra is happy to sort of try and collect the dead bodies into, like, a space again together. And we'll maybe try and see if she can find identifying marks. Again, very much like she did at the previous victims.
Yes. Do you want to give me some kind of medicine type roll? Most see how that goes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to look at things. I have a healing kit. I don't know if that would count as an asset if I'm not trying to heal.
I mean, describe what you're doing to the bodies then. Like, what way does your investigation use your healing kit?
I'm just trying to, like, look at who they are more than...
Never say I don't try and help. Give opportunity.
Let's see. Okay, I'm just going to do an intellect roll then.
Okay.
Because I might save scan for, again, these people are probably weirded out enough already and don't need to necessarily see more magic. Okay, I will use an effort. I do not have an asset. Does not cost anything. Hey!
Not bad at all.
That's not bad.
Yeah. Okay. You look over the bodies. You get, like, whoever it is that helps you end up moving them all over to the kind of one area and, managing the crowd at the other area. And this will take, some period of time to obviously kind of go over each of them individually, but very clearly they've all been killed in that very specific way of pierced through the front, pierced through the back, seemingly where the heart is. They definitely, like, thrum to you magically, but beyond that you wouldn't be able to tell much more.
Yeah. So it could either be, as Falkwin says, maybe some kind of teleport, or they've been coming up by some kind of illusion. There's definitely magic involved. I will let the group know.
And also,
Um,
they're all Helborn or other things, so
yeah.
they all kind of have magic abilities
Yes.
too.
True. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
At the very least, we can't rule out that they were killed elsewhere and then returned here just to confuse us.
It does. In fact, I can
Be
probably
honest.
answer that. Sorry, it looks like they were killed within the last 3 hours.
Ah,
Okay.
So you can tell that because that roll was very good. So yeah.
Thank you. Okay. But not at the same time as our previous two victims. Our previous victim. 2 were trampled. 1 was.
So 2 were trampled, 1 was stabbed.
This is
Yes.
now 7 heart pierced. Okay. And 9 more people.
Had we been stopped for 3 hours by this point? I don't recall.
3 hours covers the time you lost to 15 people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that could still be while we were moving they were taken. It's not that they were taken. That they were killed while we were moving, not that they got here.
Yeah, it seems more likely that it had been while moving. Which is probably more concerning because obviously it does involve people who were watching the back of the caravan, people who were watching the front and the middle. Yeah.
And we managed to miss, or someone managed to illusion 15 people long enough for us not to notice them disappearing. This is big magic.
big magic.
Not to be confused with little magic.
No.
This is big magic. This is stocks and shares magic.
Yeah.
This is publicly traded.
Yeah, capital M.
Magic that's not close up, but far away.
This also makes it feel like whoever we're looking for is potentially not here. And like not even, like doesn't ever come on this, is just somehow doing this at distance.
Nah. They're here.
I feel it. I hope they're here, because that's yeah.
They enjoy this.
They want to see it.
Yeah.
I see the whites of the eyes. Okay, cool. Is anybody looking too happy? The dead
Someone's
person.
just smiling in the corner. Like,
Yeah, is anyone just sitting there like this?
Do you just want to do an insight check on the crowd? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
whose looks too happy?
It's that whole, I've watched too many cop drama shows where you're just like, they'll return to the scene of the crime. They'll make themselves involved in the investigation.
But yeah, I would like to be sort of scanning, having a look at the crowd, I guess, trying to see, I guess in particularly the ones that we thought were a bit blanky before.
Okay, yeah. So like the other kind of 8 people that had blank readings.
So that's
23?
yeah.
No, that's completely wrong math.
No, it was 19.
Yeah, 19. My
I
brain
was like, I wanted to be, but it seemed too high.
I was going to say, my brain was doing 4 math, not 3 math, I'm afraid. Okay, it's 19. Yeah, like, there is nobody that looks like they're gloating or gleaming from, obviously, this. There are definitely 1 or 2 people very close together in the crowd, like muttering to each other. Not seemingly particularly upset about the situation.
Lockhart will cyclically
And
relay.
they're not any of the 8 either.
Yeah, Lockhart will tell Myr'ra, just be like, okay, sort of describing that group. Potentially, they're obviously they're not. You say they're not looking upset about it.
No, they seem like they're in the middle of discussing it, but everyone else looks concerned and worried. They don't.
Lockheart probably would pass that along as, okay, we've got a group over there being quite
Emoting incorrectly.
Well, they're emoting not as panicked people. These are Helborn refugees. You know, to expect blind panic from all of them, I'm not sure is correct. It wouldn't surprise me if there are some of them that are probably looking at it. Do we just ditch the group and try and make it on our own?
And two have already tried that, yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's worth keeping an eye on these ones and not instantly be like, get him.
Yeah, I will.
Trying to sick Nori on them.
I will ping out description, location, and crowd to the rest of the team. So at least we can all keep eyes on. But yeah, that makes it. Again, these people are probably.
I think
it's got to be a certain level of hardy to have come this far.
Yep.
I think Lockheart has to try and talk to everyone.
I was going to relay back. So maybe if they're the ones that are actually wanting to discuss it or actively discussing it, I want to see what they're chatting about first.
I don't know. I don't have anything in me, but I feel like this is a friends, Romans, countrymen sort of moment.
Oh, go for it.
I don't know that reference.
I thought
Who
you
are
were
the
just
Romans?
I thought you were just going to make Hannah do it because she's Helborn. Personally.
True.
Yeah.
And perhaps that's the wise decision.
But what's the Lockheart decision?
But would Lockheart think that someone else is better at talking to people than he is?
No one that remembers it.
For context, it's Julius Caesar. Mark Antony gives a big speech, which galvanizes everyone against his enemies. I say I don't have anything in my mind, but it feels like we need to do that. So what if Lockheart does that, and we skip to the part where we?
Gonna give some kind of rousing speech with what outcome?
I guess trying to reassure and get them together. So I think. So can anyone do something to like just quickly grab everyone's attention?
Could murder someone.
True. I was thinking something flashy, but wasn't going to like instant panic.
Either of us magic-y types could do some hedge magic. Just literally make some flashes and bangs and lights and something.
Roll up.
A giant crow.
Is the not panic side?
Yeah, like Kalli's got fire. Yeah.
Right.
Imagine the stories they tell from this. And then, after the 6 new bodies appeared, one of the people trying to protect us just burst into flames.
The other one became a crow. The other one just disappeared. And then we forgot everything.
So, who's gonna... I think that sounds like Falkwin was gonna do some hedge magic to try and add some oomph to some dramaturgy for Lockheart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to roll for drama?
Okay.
It'll be
What
an
is
intellect
drama?
roll.
Is this intellect? Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes the most sense.
Well, it's a combo of like your magic and the drama, right? So yeah, intellect. Yeah. Hey. Yeah, I'd say it's good enough to get people's attention. At least the majority of people, right? There might still be some people trying to be like, negotiating with the shepherds, trying to be like, we need to go back, or we need to move on, or we can't stay here. But the majority of the people somehow now are looking in Falkwin and Lockhart's direction.
Okay, I think Lockheart will maybe try and find like slightly highest bit of the to stand
on top of the 6 bodies. Yeah.
I was thinking like on top of Riven would be the Riven just holds. and will call out in a clear and commanding voice, saying, what is the most PC term for a group of people from
The Calderan?
People.
Yeah. Yes, I was thinking travelers from Calderan. But if these people are trying to leave, is that a good word?
I mean, refugees from Calderan's fine. I don't think anybody's going to be offended at being called what they're trying to do.
And say, refugees of Calderan, travelers seeking a new and better lives than what you have came for. Listen here and mark me close. There is a danger in these caves. We have been stalked. We are being tracked. There is something here that we have to face. Another of the perils that you have already been harried on your journey. Face one last effort before we can reach the safety of. Quickly looks at the map. Denk. Just the word. of Denk. There is a being of considerable danger that is attempting to pry away in the night and darkness and quiet of these caves people from you. We are doing what we can to bring them to justice. They have already claimed the lives of some of your other travelers, and you see now they have they have taken more of our companions. We know the easiest way out of we know the best way out of these caves. We are experienced in dealing with dangers great, and we are going to get us through these caves and back to the great safety of Denk. But we must do it together. We must do it with your help. We must keep our calm. We must keep faith in our goals and missions here. We are so close to freedom, so close to better lives. Keep that in your heart of hearts, and we will get through this.
And then roll. The temptation to be like, my cousin died in Denk. Heckles throughout that.
And I've killed people in Denk, so who's the idiot?
I heard there was a town where people couldn't die in Denk.
Do that to a stop.
It's like, yeah, luckily we stopped that. We kept the killing going.
Yeah, social interaction.
Yeah, definitely that.
And discerning dispositions?
No, you're not trying to discern people's dispositions, you're trying to specifically incite dispositions.
Yeah, so I've got to know where they are to know where they're going.
Do my pyrotechnics help him?
I mean, they definitely got everyone's attention to listen in the first place. Yeah, you set the stage, basically.
I'm talking about freedoms that they will have in Denk.
Yeah.
You know, the laws of that land, I would say.
No. But I appreciate your gumption.
I don't actually just have oratory.
Not yet. Might be worth picking up if you're going to be Mark Antoning yourself through the game.
Persuasion.
Yeah, 100% persuasion.
I was like, I feel like I should have this, but yeah, okay.
I just assumed you were working a way round to that. The poison rules. I'm immune to poison.
Maths. So, 2 levels of edge. 2 levels of effort. Costs 5, which I get for free. An additional level of effort would cost 2. And an additional one after that would cost another 2.
Yep. But you have an effort limit of 4.
I have an effort limit of 4.
Cool. Then yes, you can do all that. Yeah.
If I hold up my spyglass, is that an asset? I gesticulate with it.
The 3 prongs of the... I mean, the roll is not good, but the bonuses are sickening, right?
Yeah.
So,
24?
What do you say that's?
26? 24? 26? Something like that?
Lot.
Yeah, 24.
Okay. I just realised I'd said 24 so quick, I thought it could be 26. Who am I to say? Sure, it's not 26. You rolled 8, and then you've got 6 times 3. 6 times 3 is 18, right?
Yeah, 26.
Yeah. You confirmed 24 with me, that was all. We are so good at math. I'm so glad I'm good with words sometimes. Like, oh. But yes, so... yeah, I feel like most people feel like, yeah, this guy's right, you know, like, let's not fuck about, like, let's actually just get our shit together, let's move on. People seem to have, like, picked up a lot of their shit during this as well, as if this sounds like we're moving out.
So telepathically, like, is there... Like, we haven't had the rest yet, I'm pretty sure. You know, do we just move a token space down the hall, or...
I think Myr'ra would reply, like, I don't think people will sleep here now. Thinking back, can we... Again, if we're just going to sleep in the tunnel, we could just move at least enough that people feel a bit like they're in a new space.
Yeah, I do think we probably are safe where we are, but I agree, I don't think people will feel that they are.
Psychologically, we need to.
If we've got a little bit of momentum, then let's try and capitalize on it. But we should be resting soon, I think, because these people have walked quite a bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wrote in ping.
Okay.
And dig, because dig's in our little...
Yep, you've got dig in there too.
So I will let dig know that the plan seems to be to move up at least a bit further.
Cool. You're letting Nori know that as well?
Yes.
He was off with, obviously, KT.
Yes. Phil, no. Every time there's a break between all the pinging between us, I like send Nori an info dump. This is... Lockheart just said all of this.
So, moving over to Nori and KT. You two were running through the forefront of the caves, ahead of the main group itself as they've stopped. Obviously, KT seemed quite pissed off regarding being
trapped.
Yes, somewhat, miffed, I guess. And as you are both like running, and it takes quite a bit to keep up with KT. Like, Nori's fast, but KT doesn't seem to have like an issue keeping pace. Like, doesn't seem to like speed up, slow down. Just seems to be kind of, utilizing his fairly long legs quite well. And obviously the dark of the cave doesn't seem to be holding him back, unlike yourself, who's got your cloak to let you see in the dark itself. But he very, very quickly like comes to a halt, almost with that kind of like skidding stones on the cave floor thing, and just immediately puts his hand out and stops you like from moving forward. And your entire momentum is absorbed in that, like him just stopping you to the side. And he kind of just turns and like gestures with his finger as if to wait. You can hear him, like, well, you can see him kind of like tilting his head as if listening. But like, things go quiet. Does Nori do anything?
I think I'll go down onto one knee and draw my bow and just wait for a further signal.
And then after like a moment or two, like Katie's like eyes kind of like close, and again as if like fully zoning into like hearing. Then he opens his eyes and kind of looks down at you and just says, "I doubt that would be necessary, Nori. Let us go collect one of our wayward flock, shall we?" And User, as I said, quite far into the kind of cave system now. He like pushes on round this kind of like bend in the cave itself, and like there, like huddled up, with what little possessions she's had, is Chloe, like huddled into the side, like, you know, as nuked into the cave as possible. Like if you'd kept running, you might have missed her completely. But clearly, whatever's happened, Katie's managed to like pick up some kind of signalling from her. And how do you approach as two strangers in the dark?
Carefully. It smells like a trap. So I'll see if I've got anything to sense anything like that. So.
And keep in mind, Chloe Cotton's an older lady, so it's not like she's, you know, stealth against the wall. She's just doing what she can to, like, you know, from the last kind of update she got from like Myr'ra, it was kind of like hold put, people are coming to find you, basically.
We're not talking to her, so it doesn't really.
I was gonna say, not yet. It might come up if you start talking to them and you're wondering if they believe you or not. But yeah, I don't think you've got any kind of like super ESP powers yet. But yeah, so obviously Katie kind of turns to you and says, "Perhaps it would be best if we went illuminated instead of from the darkness."
Would make sense. Yes. So don't even know if I've got a torch. Oh, we do. I'll use my ring.
Yep.
Light the way.
It's almost like I knew you might need light sources in general. Yep.
I don't need to roll against that, do I? That's just
no, the light just
okay,
works. Yeah, the light just works. So yeah, the light kind of goes. You can see KT kind of like shield his eyes a little bit until they adjust, and then he says, "Yes, marvelous. Shall we? What was this one's name again?"
I believe it's Chloe.
Delightful. Then you just hear him go, "Chloe, your rescuers are here." And there's just some silence. Perhaps a friendly face, Nori. And Katie gestures you over to a direction where she seems held up.
So cautiously, I mean very cautiously, start moving towards her and I'll pull down my hood. So my night vision would probably be gone, but she'll be able to see my face.
I was gonna say, you won't need it because you got your torch, do you know what I mean? So, yeah. And then she looks like, you know, as you get closer, her eyes haven't left yours, like she's been staring at you the whole time as you've approached, but she's kind of not moved. It's almost like she's kind of like, not shivering, but like a little, obviously like maybe vibrating with like adrenaline. Hasn't said anything, but yeah.
Again, I'm staying ultra cautious here. Katie was caught in a little trap, so I am just being very cautious. And I'll say, Chloe, it's Nori. Are you okay?
And she kind of like, almost like takes that moment of trying to process and then goes, "Oh, were you the one that spoke to me?" Vaguely points to like her head, confused.
No. I have a friend with me, but I've not spoke within your head.
Yeah, like as you say that, like Katie does like walk up and then you just vaguely wave to her when you say that. I am trying to seem as non-threatening despite having that still, that look of where is that fucker on his face. And then like after a minute of you and her like back and forth trying to like calm her down a little, Katie just says, "Yes, this is exactly the time to be administering care. Perhaps we should get her back with the others."
What about our adversary?
Yes, I'm not exactly overly eager to pursue him alone. So what would you suggest? Bringing this one with us? Leaving this one here?
She's considering it.
I am, because
Yeah.
my backstory is I want this as much as KT does. If it is the one we're looking for. Oh, KT, you're probably right. We probably should return with her. But I want these people. I want this dealt with badly.
Katie nods to you and goes, "Madam, do you think it is within your own power to get yourself back to the group unharmed in the dark? Or do you wish an escort from this fine gentleman?" She just looks like, what? What was just said? Like, and then kind of looks to you, Nori, for like the answer to that, as if, what am I being asked? Like she's still seemingly in shock from the whole situation.
It's okay, KT. I'll return with her. I think we both should. Might be, as you say, better with numbers.
Katie does like a look down the way he would like to go, and then kind of turns back and just kind of says, "Yes, I think perhaps reckless moves are for brighter days."
Brighter tunnels.
Kind of smirks, just shrugs at that, and then starts walking back.
I will test Chloe's walking, see if she's walking okay. If she's not, I will.
She's walking like someone that hasn't slept in like a day of running, right? Like, and as I said, as a slightly older woman as well, she's not super steady on her feet, but she is quite determined to be like, no, I can walk. I'm fine. Just a bit slow. But yeah, and if you're happy to start back towards the others, then you can.
But I'd also really like to roll that attitudes just to make sure we're not being set up here.
Okay. So you want to just try and like do like an insight check. So like an insight check on her to kind of feel like everything's been genuine so far. Is that what you're aiming for?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Give me a roll.
That'll just be perception.
So perception generally, but it's more of an insight check in someone if we're using other system terms. But yeah, you're kind of trying to gauge someone's attitude.
Don't really have anything for that then, so. Just have to take her face value then.
I mean, you can still roll.
And if you're trained in sensing lies.
Oh yes, there's there. I'm going to roll that.
So
I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to do no effort or anything else. I'm just going to do a natural roll.
Okay, so what's that? 17? Yeah, yeah. Like, kind of seems like she's, exactly as I've described, a scared woman that has ran far longer than she probably should have, while scared, in the dark, doing her best. Probably got worse, seemingly like her and Keenan set off together, and obviously he's just run off and left her. But then, to be fair, she also got a ping from Myr'ra, and she at least acknowledged the ping and did stay put, seemingly. So yeah, nothing obviously deceptive coming from Chloe.
We'll ping back to Myr'ra that we're heading back. We haven't found who we were looking for, but we have found Chloe. Watch out for us. We'll be coming down the tunnel towards you. I will have my light on.
Myr'ra will ping back that we are also heading back up the tunnel, so we'll probably meet on the move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, with that, main group, what's your immediate plan other than starting the migration?
So everyone needs to rest, I think. So I think we want to get a little bit further so that we've cleared the air, but then get people.
Well, your speech has kind of incited everyone to feel like they were pushing on rather than resting, right? So yeah, yeah, you might be sleepy, but but sadly, you kind of did rouse everybody else to be like, yeah, let's get this caravan moving. Rolling.
Give everyone else the asset. Someone carry Lockheart.
Sure, the Elven maidens could carry you. They're definitely the strongest among us.
The lads.
And he would let them.
Okay, so anything else you want to do? Yep, go for it.
I might grab Ignysera and again, lay the bodies, do what we did with the previous. Again, try and do right that we can. Maybe not leave them right in the middle of the cavern. Put them somewhere and give them whatever rights we can.
Yeah.
And then maybe reform into where we are in the caravan train.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple of people that will maybe say some words over the bodies as well. Dig's obviously quite eager to it, but Dig's not super eager to be distracted currently.
Yeah.
Those two particular people Lockheart pointed out do come over and acknowledge the dead as well, but not in any kind of referential way, just very much a case of, oh yes, that's what it is type, and then
as they do that, I might look at them and say, did you know them?
And they do that thing where they look at you almost startled, they look at each other and then go, not exactly, no, but we knew what they were.
Myr'ra will look purposely confused and then go, what were they?
You mean you couldn't tell just by the way they acted?
I didn't know them.
I mean, I'm not insinuating that I knew them. And then the other one's like, nor I.
Am I getting the vibe that they think they were Barlen?
Yes, you are getting that vibe. Yes.
Okay. But I think Myr'ra will continue to play dumb with them. But
and they definitely seem to think, oh, this poor clueless girl, right?
Yeah. She's quite happy with that being they're taking over. Super.
But yes, it definitely seems like maybe elder queens at the end of a gay bar style attitude these two are giving off. Yep. Slightly bitchy vibes to each other. Very judgmental.
Okay.
Are they likely to be Barlen?
It'd be weird to have that attitude to other Barlen. That would be weird. It's not to say they aren't, but it would be odd.
Our first heart pierced was also a suspected Barlen. So this is now definitely some kind of, to use the criminal minds term, victimology that they're considering.
A clue, you say? But yeah, they seem to mostly come to make sure they were dead in a almost cruel way.
Are they there?
Yes.
Are those two known to us as two of the people with blank minds?
No. So when Lockhart had looked over the crowd earlier and identified them, specifically said they're not one of the 8 people that had read blankly. Obviously, we're missing the 9th because they vanished.
Yeah. I think Falkwin will definitely be keeping an eye on the other 8. I imagine everyone probably will. Can we say that we've kind of divided that and sort of marked a couple of people each for anyone who's not doing other things? Does that make sense to do?
Tracking the 8 people, folks.
Have we made physical contact with any of those 8?
No, to my knowledge.
I think we checked, but didn't we check everyone in the cave by just sort of bumping
Yeah,
into
we
them?
touched
Yeah,
everyone.
you definitely did like specifically go over like everyone, and everyone you've made physical contact with. Yeah, so that happened. But you have done nothing further other than like Falkwin kind of insulted one of them, and then now said he was going to give them a drink in a tavern somewhere in Dink.
Did those 8 have characteristics of Barlen as well?
I can't say he's observed enough of them or to know what the Barlen characteristics may have been.
Yeah.
It seems to be
like, oh, can you not tell?
attitude based. Myr'ra will definitely once they move on.
It would be.
It doesn't look weird that she just zones out.
So to kind of focus on what Lockhart says, well, these 2 guys definitely have the attitude you'd maybe expect elitist people to have had, but it seemed to be elitist in the face of the Barlen having died. It seems to be like a, oh thank God they're gone.
Yeah, reverse snobbery type.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're further down, you didn't get to make that choice. Probably feel a bit disenfranchised by people who did make that choice.
Makes sense, right?
Then also, yeah.
Because it's somebody making a decision for like generations, right? Like it is quite selfish.
So we kind of need to try and identify any remaining Barlen.
Yeah, because I think they're the ones. I ping that to everyone, and then I let people know that I'm going to let Dig know.
Okay.
Yeah. Do we or do we not?
Yes, but Lockhart will be trying to also ask you. Basically,
Cool.
okay. So how do we tell his Barlen?
Oh.
I'm afraid.
And the diaspora child goes, right. I'm maybe not as clued up on minute clues, but yeah, she will definitely do whatever she can to try and spot.
Describe grandmother.
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to let Dig know. Does someone want to be sort of watching Dig for her reaction to said news? Because I will do it telepathically so other people don't hear. And then let Dig decide who she wants to tell.
Okay. So is Andy observing Dig while this happens?
I mean, Lockhart has been suspicious of Dig for a bit, so we'll be observing them whenever they...
Everybody can stare at Dig if you want, waiting for like Myr'ra. Yeah.
Being telepathic.
Falkwin will continue looking at as many other 8 like-minded people as he can get in his field of view.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Myr'ra will ping Dig and say, okay, the pattern that seems to be emerging is those being murdered are Barlen, or at least suspected to be. Do you know how many travel with us?
And then there is like a pause, and obviously those that are observing her, there is a look of like, like realization almost that kind of crosses, but she's doing her best to like, because she's interacting with people at the same time, she's like, oh, yeah, you were saying sorry, yeah, that's fine, and obviously trying to wait for a moment to mentally reply, and then she says, that does oddly make sense based on the victims so far, but it would have been unusual to have had this many Barlen if we were assuming the other 9 unaccounted for are also Barlen. Unless something's happened in sin to have cast out this many.
Myr'ra thinks of recent incidences to do with the devil, so they know. And it's like, things could have happened. Then she thinks about Bran and Elle and goes, oh, many things could have happened. We're in a cave. And then tries to be like, okay. I think she'll just, again, ping back just something to like pay attention to. If you know of anyone else within our group, there may be ones worth keeping an eye on to make sure they're safe. This would probably be something previous groups wouldn't have known to look out for.
Kind of like...
So imagine to dwarves who are shuttling one Calderon
Yeah.
is not like another.
Yeah.
And maybe wouldn't have put together that victims might have been.
Exactly. If you're not even sure what you're looking for, obviously Barlin might be looking to hide themselves amongst refugees for obvious reasons. Again, the classist reasons themselves. If you were an elite and looking for help, it feels almost hypocritical to obviously refugees. So yeah, it could be the case. And like you said, other cultures might not be as up to date on the nuances of the Calderan structures. As for people looking at Dig, obviously as Myr'ra's saying that reassuringly and stuff, like Dig is just nodding as if that's a conversation, right? But then realizing mentally to like acknowledge it mentally because
yeah, Myr'ra's probably not in eyesight. Myr'ra's probably still over.
And because she's like dealing with other people at the same time as well, it's that kind of like, well, why are you nodding? Oh, it's not to you. It's
the thought I'm having.
But there's nothing suspicious about Dig's behaviour. After a minute or two though, Dig sends back to you, Myr'ra. I'm not a Barlen, by the way. Just in case that's relevant.
Okay. Myr'ra will reply like, I'm unsure how people tell, to be honest. In that kind of quite stressed. I was not assuming, you're just in charge. And I wanted you to know.
Kind of like
in whatever reassuring manner. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. The telepathic nod of comfort. Yep.
Yeah.
And she, I guess, sends similar vibes, and it's like, it's just generally you can tell if someone's lived in sin. Not necessarily they're a Barlen, but so few Helborn go to sin unless invited, and they're usually quite eager to not come back and tell people about it.
Yeah, Myr'ra sends sort of acknowledgement to that. Of like, that makes sense.
Sin is rather comfortable, I think, is maybe the kindest word I could use by comparison to the pit. Kind of like, again, goes a bit quiet.
Yeah. It does feel like an unusual number of, even in an unusual number of refugees. There's a lot of people.
Is there anything else I can be doing other than herding these people?
I think what you're doing right now is the most useful. I think we'll move until we have to stop. I'm just going to go above.
Yep, just authority.
I can give you a piggyback.
As a crow.
Okay, yeah, so...
But I don't think we would expect the killer to be a Barlen.
Okay, so is that now like doubling down on Dig?
No. Could go either way.
She knew not to give anything away.
You knew not to prove your innocence then in that moment.
Innocence proves nothing.
The last thing Myr'ra might do before joining, is it worth me scanning one of the bodies just to see if we get any more clarification? I don't know how much scan gives me of magic, though. I think it's quite physical.
It's up to you.
But I could try and identify if the thrum of magic I felt was just innate Helborn attributes.
Yeah, could do. Just
or if there was like a specific... I know they've been teleported from this place. I can feel that they've...
Yeah, if you've got... I can't remember how much scan costs, but...
Yeah, I can give scan a go. Okay. I will pop scan in. And then I think it's just an intellect.
Are you zoning in one body, or are you going to scan like all six? Because you could probably fit all six in
if I could do all six, just to try and compare and contrast. the information that I get.
Now keep in mind that you've got you scan an area equal to 10 foot cubed or 3 meters cubed, including all objects and creatures in that area. Must be within short range. Scanning a creature or object always reveals its level. You also learn whatever facts the GM feels are pertinent about the matter and energy in that area. And then obviously it gives some examples. You might learn the creature was standing before you as a mammal or with a small brain, but doesn't tell you what that information means, blah 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 blah. And obviously many materials and energy fields can prevent this from happening, but it's not really an issue in this exact moment. So, are you trying to attune the scan for anything specific, or just trying to get a general read?
I feel it's like a magical. I want to know, again, as a member of the Arcanatrix, if I can get any read on beyond the sort of celestial magic Helborn would have anyway.
So, keep in mind, technically Helborn have demonic magic.
Yes.
Because that's where that comes from. So celestial is generally used by, like, you know, church users or clericy type people, elves generally, and also any that use it kind of good, like, because Falkwin technically uses celestial magic. Then you've got obviously demonic sorceries, which is like all Helborn. That basically all came from Arlen deals. And then
the devils themselves use celestial magic, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
But again, if it shows up differently on my scan, and I'm able to differentiate.
Whereas obviously Ignysera and her kin use Draconic magic. Yeah. So with that, then, if you're trying to get that, give me a magic roll.
Okay. Oh, can I do it as magic lore?
Yeah, why not?
Because I'm trained in that.
Yeah.
Or should I do it as lore of the underworld? I'm going to go for magic lore.
Okay.
Sort of more what I'm thinking
about.
Okay, I don't have the difficulty. I'm going to use the effort. You don't have an asset. It does cost me 2, though. Because I'm not rolling directly through scan. Okay.
Okay. So we've got... What's that, 25?
Yeah. I can math.
I'm doing okay tonight, to be honest. Normally I fuck up, like, my simple additions. But yeah, so 25, that's pretty good. You are picking up very familiar radiation. But it's the entire area you've scanned. So not limited to the bodies.
Okay. Where's it familiar from?
Teleporting.
Yeah, we've been teleported. That is actually really useful.
Because it's the whole space, because they got teleported in.
Where they got teleported to, yeah.
And,
but it means...
and you're getting celestial in nature magic to have caused the radiation.
Is this implying that the entire space that we're in has been moved elsewhere?
No, it's not. But it is implying that the area might be saturated in this, which is maybe worth scanning a different part of the cave that you're in to confirm.
But it shows that it wasn't like they were there and then the illusion was dropped to reveal them. They were most likely brought in from somewhere else.
Well, it depends if you only associate that radiation with teleporting.
Yes.
Rather than heavy or big magic.
Okay.
Like when we summoned a celestial to talk to.
Again, we were summoning. Moving.
Okay. I'm just going over to this corner for no reason. And I will scan another section of the cave just to confirm. This now doesn't cost me, so I can use my 2 levels of effort for free. I know it does. What am I talking about?
Yeah, it's the same roll again, basically, isn't it?
Less. Okay, less. But I know what I'm looking for.
Yeah. So, what's that, 16?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, you know what you're looking for. It's not like you're trying to, like, work in the dark, so to speak. And, yeah, like, again, this entire, like, area you've scanned, your big 10-foot cube, does seem to be laced with residual magic radiation.
Okay.
To the point where you couldn't even pick up anything Helborn or Barlin about those bodies through it.
Wow. Like just the sheer. And the celestial nature of... Is it reminding me more of this might come from celestial White House type stuff?
Yeah, it is primarily just, like, that's the kind of root magic, if that makes sense, rather than, like, it doesn't read as demonic sorcery, it doesn't read as draconic sorcery, it reads as celestial magics. So whatever is...
might be the kind of people who don't like Barlen, to be fair.
Or... No, wait, no.
What was your
actually, this fits. Could this be one of the devils has discovered that people are running away and is basically cashing in on the people who are meant to be serving them but are deserting?
Or a devil is weakening another devil by trying to just take out their followers-ish.
So, for some clarity as well, because it's not super duper clear, people that sell their souls, that's the thing the devil gets out of it, is the soul. That doesn't reside then within the Barlen.
Right.
Which means the Barlen, unless part of their deal was to be bound into some kind of servitude, are free to do whatever they like. A lot, when visiting Sin to make these deals, because a lot of them travel there as a mark of respect to said devils, rather than bumping into them randomly in the woods, or in neighbouring kingdoms who would do such a thing. Like, they tend to obviously make the pilgrimage there, they tend to obviously try and appeal to their egos as much as possible, and then offer up the one thing the devils actually give a fuck about, which is the soul. So, that, obviously, you'd be very careful to word how you wanted your agreement to go. But a lot of people stay and work there because it's nice. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not the devils shooting the deserters.
Not necessarily.
Hmm.
But hopefully that stuff that would be kind of common knowledge to anybody that would just look into that with 5 minutes of effort. So I don't mind telling the group that as a cultural point.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, devils use celestial, but so too does most of the non-demonic sort of most of the humans, essentially, when they're doing sort of church stuff.
Yeah.
That's all celestial too.
Yep. Yep. Church of Night and Church of Light, all celestial.
What Nori would have been doing.
Yep.
Celestial magic.
All celestial.
What I do, not celestial.
Yeah. Yours would be demonic sorcery. But most mages use demonic sorcery by default.
Even if, yeah.
And it's most, like the Whitehall, most, Church of Light people use celestial by default. But it's not to say you can't have cross, like, again, Falkwin's like a... But Falkwin learned his magic from Alda Ben. So...
Elves. Again, it depends on the elf, I assume.
Yep.
Whether you're gonna... What type of magic you've got.
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Does Nori emit any one or the other?
You need to wait till Nori's back in the group and scan them.
Yeah, just, if father...
Pointing at me and I'm hiding.
Be very rude to scan someone against their,
Yeah. I would definitely ask.
I don't even know. So,
we don't need to tell you.
yeah.
It's just like airport security staff. Like, please stand in the scanner, spread your arms, feet shoulder width apart.
Like, Nori hasn't hid in the suitcase to get onto that plane. Like, let's face it.
And prove nothing.
So, what are you doing besides just marching forward? I'm assuming it's moving people out, or he's doing something else before everybody's fully in transit. And to get anything else you'd like to do?
Just because I've at some point lost track of where we are. Are we still physically in the same room where everyone died, or have we stepped outside and are moving on yet?
You're about to move on, but you're still there.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
because Myr'ra just scanned that room twice, and
Yes, yes.
as part of that discussion we all just had, I'm assuming, had that discussion mostly in character
Yes,
to loop people in.
telepathically.
Yeah. I think Nori being away looking for Chloe with KT, I think that sort of made my brain
Right,
jump
okay.
places. But yes,
Very
okay.
soon, yous will meet
this
up
makes
with them,
sense.
though. Yous will meet up with them very soon. That's basically the next scene after I understand yous are done here. Yous pretty much have no reason other than to be reunited.
Yeah.
I mean, should someone, probably like Ignysera, make a call on how far we should go? Just thinking someone that's more used to traveling, or is more well travelled. Just like we should keep going a bit because we've got a bit of momentum, but we should also stop soon.
Yeah, but while there's drive to continue, then it's good. People want it to go, but yeah, we have been going for a while, so I don't know how long that equals. When do people start losing interest in what they're doing? 15 minutes, maybe 5 minutes. No, I suppose we could probably go for a couple of hours, I would say.
Yeah.
And then the dog just ran in with zoomies. So,
See, it was roused by the speech as well.
Oh, the Brother Bear soundtrack.
Yeah. Get some Hercules, I can go the distance. Yep.
lie down.
I will find my way. But yeah, I guess in that case then, you all start heading out with your, fairly roused caravan, and sorry Lockhart, you're gonna have to just deal with it. Also, Lockhart, you have travel experience, you've been to the other continent. I don't think anyone else here has.
Yeah, but it was with other people with travel experience.
Oh yeah, I never said you weren't carried there too.
Depends
yeah.
where that suitcase was going.
Exactly. Into the volcano. But yeah, so several hours pass, an indescribable amount of hours, you could say, and then there is a light at the end of the tunnel in the form of 3 silhouettes. So whoever's at the front, you can reunite.
The front.
Which weirdly is all of you, somehow.
Oh. Woo.
Lads with a digger at the back, 3 maidens in the middle, you guys at the front. I'll just decide that now for you.
Sure. Yeah, that works.
Nori. And I say, Nori, is that you? The light's really bright.
Is this in the head or is this
It's in your head.
in the head? Those voices again. Yes, if that's who's in front of us, yes. We can
I will
see
then wave.
slowly.
Yeah, the caravan's well
Bump into
lit.
the horse.
Yeah. Yeah, the horse has made its way back. Yeah.
Kitty's horse. Yeah.
Maybe Lockhart's on the horse. Having a rest.
On tofu or whatever we called it. Or biscuits.
Biscuit. I think the goat is tofu. I don't know what that goat is at this point.
Was it a goat or a donkey? Was it a donkey we had and it was called
I think
tofu?
it was a donkey.
Yeah.
My-
Donkey, tofu, horse was called biscuit. Yeah. But yes, Lockhart can be on biscuit then. Trying to rest his poor legs.
Now, with the addition of Chloe,
Yep.
We
We're
might
at
want to,
59.
we just want to be sure it is Chloe.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So
Sure it's us.
I can check status again and see if her status matches of being in front of us.
that's true.
It's
I was just going to read her mind.
Oh, you go. Yeah, do that.
It's just she might have objection to that. So perhaps I'd forgotten about check stuff. So that might be the more.
But do you have objection to that, Lockhart? More importantly.
Well, I was going to suggest if someone can just distract her for a minute while Lockhart's like, okay, yeah, she's not being like, oh, I need to murder them all. But checking status does the same because it would be the same person. Just trying to
Yeah, and if
remember.
her status still read as like, I'm determined and running forwards, I'd be like, oh, this isn't her. Yeah, I can ping a check status off.
Yep. Just her, or are we gonna find?
People.
Yeah.
I will check. I know Lockhart's suspicious. I will check Dig's status.
Okay.
I will check Chloe's. I will try on Keenan again.
Okay.
I don't know any of the missing people, do I? I can't be like, I check in on
No.
Steve, who was missing. I'll go for those 3.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. Dig just seems like, why have we stopped? Nothing from Keenan, obviously.
Yeah.
And yeah, Chloe looks confused.
Yeah, that seems to match
Yeah.
the emotion she probably feels.
Yeah.
I ping that to Lockhart and the rest of the group.
Well, it's very good to see you all safe and standing. Chloe, you look exhausted. You must have run so far to get so far ahead.
Can I give you like a funny look? Obviously with the kind of poor lighting, obviously just like torchlight and stuff like that. But yes, sorry if I worried anyone. It was quite, well, you seen that thing out there. Kind of like shudders to herself. And I didn't have a horse. She stares at you on the horse.
Yes, it was a horror that is luckily behind us.
She kind of like shakes her head and goes, "Not a horror. I'm sure you might be quite unfamiliar with Caldoran, but that's some poor soul."
It is most unfortunate indeed. My understanding, as you say, is not particularly well-founded. But whatever it was, that has passed. You can take solace, and that is unlikely to be anything of quite its nature in front of us.
She kind of like again shudders a bit and goes, "Well, I ran for a while and I didn't see anything."
That bodes well for us all.
And she kind of like awkwardly just stands there for a bit.
If we have all been going for quite some distance, and probably will look over just to see what the mood of the regular people. Are they looking like they want to keep going, or
Yeah, they all look. I mean, everybody looks tired, right? Everybody's been looking tired for a long time, but they all kind of look pensive, as if why have we stopped? That's the general kind of the murmuring that has started, obviously, of why are we waiting? Every time we stop, something goes bad.
They're not wrong.
Yeah, that's
Let's
fair.
go. Let's push out. Let's push on. Move out.
Oh, poor Chloe. She's like zigzag this now. I give her some tea.
Yeah, and like I think she
And then-
comments on, "Oh, this would be really nice with some honey," and blah blah blah. Like she just like talks, just automatically,
Yeah.
like somebody that knows how to like put together like quite nice tasting things.
Lockhart
I
will
can-
let her on the horse.
They give her a
Yeah,
ride.
go like that.
With Lockhart, or do you go
Um,
off?
Lockhart will walk for a bit.
And like
I
Katie,
think Lockhart's assumed ownership of a horse belongs to KT. KT,
I mean, technically it's Noya's. Yeah, it's Noya's horse. It's the Church of Light's horse.
Oh, of course.
The Whitehall.
She'd be glad it was being put to use.
I mean, probably, right? Like, Noya was fairly practical, right? Like, she'd been... As long as the horse is doing well, yeah, she's probably happy with that. When you get off the horse and obviously give it up for Chloe, Katie will, like, slide up next to you and says, "Oh, it purely warms the heart, Lockhart, to see that you are unharmed, yet somewhat tired, it seems. Have you been eating?" And he just grins.
It has been certainly a journey. I take it you are have not run into anything too big to bite.
He kind of just laughs, a very, very brief laugh, and says, has Nori been telling on me already?
I don't think he actually has.
No, like, that makes no sense to Lockhart, that
Yeah.
comment. That's just an odd comment to make.
We found out he was okay. I think
Yes.
that was...
Yes.
We knew he was alright, so...
Yeah. Well, Nori reported in, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But not like the details of it, so... Well, in any case, you seem to have found one of our wayward. Unfortunately, so far we are down to 59 of the originals that came into the cave.
Remind me again, Lockhart, how many did we start with?
More than that.
Unfortunate.
17.
And you can tell like Katie clearly hasn't just tracked that. Like he just obviously hasn't cared enough to like record that number. And also probably is quite tired from what he's just done as well, physically. And then he says, "Yes, our one wayward soul does seem to have been quite potent. They were able to bind me."
Do you think they were intending such bounds for you, or simply trying to...
If I had such a gift, I'm sure I would have made use of it in any attempt to flee.
The opponent that stalks us has claimed at least 7 of these people. Likely it is more. Likely there's another 9 that have been taken, and most likely have already been killed.
I'll leave you for several hours, Lockhart, and you have lost 6 more people. You're doing so well. And he kind of like, he's finding this like amusing, but not in a kind of ha ha ha, sucks to be you, more of a just a, this is awful, and you can tell he's hiding it with humour.
Yes, I've lost some, and you have found some, so hopefully you can continue your luck and find the rest.
Oh, so it's all on me, is it?
Well, we've got these ones this far. Who knows any more that would be a bonus? We know...
He looks back over the crowd when you say that, just as you're talking to him, and then back to you. He doesn't say anything, he's just observing.
So, likely that one is out there still, but it doesn't seem to me that they are connected with the killings. Could be wrong, but
It would be quite an impressive set of skills if they were able to be that far ahead, and yet able to affect this group in such a way that went unnoticed by all of you, given what I am aware you are capable of. As I said, my Sir Ethane did speak very highly of you all.
we know that they have used a great deal of magic to transport and conceal their haunts. We must be vigilant for such.
I wish I could offer such assistance in this matter, but when you were born this pretty, I never needed to learn to hide it.
But you have an eye for beauty. I'm sure you have an eye for skill. Hopefully, we will find use in that.
I'm sure you will. And he kind of walks off and finds Myr'ra. What's Myr'ra up to when Katie saunters over?
I think I've made sure Chloe's settled on the horse.
Mm-hmm.
Given her some kind of like ration type things.
Mm-hmm.
I think Myr'ra might be quite interested if Chloe saw anything else in the chaos in that kind of way of. So I think she might have like tried to gently ask if Chloe had known Eston Rantha or had seen him in the chaos.
Let me go back
He's
to
the first one who got heart pierced. This is our three dead.
Oh, so Erisine Rantha, the first victim of the heart piercer.
All these names.
Hey!
I don't remember who Chloe is.
What's wrong with Erisine? So yeah, Erisine Rantha. Yeah, like you like describe them, I guess.
Yeah, just gonna say like I think Myr'ra might be trying to be slightly subtle, and attempting to be like they were also missing. Like we haven't accounted for them, just to try and see if like maybe Chloe saw something in her flight, and maybe there was something else that had also scared her on.
Yeah, and I think she like once you've kind of got her like some food and stuff, and she starts to, like nibble away, and then you start talking away to her. Like I think Katie will have sidled up eventually, but maybe you've got through this conversation a bit by the time he appears, and you know you can tell that she's probably someone that likes talking anyway. Like possibly quite eager to just rabble away had times not being so awkward as they currently are. And eventually she kind of says, I didn't really know that person. Like I think I know who you're describing, but they came in the last group from what I recall. So kind of shrugs. I don't know much about them, unfortunately. They kind of kept to themselves, I think, like most of us, because I mean, well, we all know why we're here, right? Who we were shouldn't really matter as much as who we can be.
And who you're going to be. Myr'ra's going to try and like...
Yeah, like...
Gonna be okay.
Yeah.
We're going to get... Also, whether she's not the most reassuring.
But like...
This is why she looks to books and not people.
But I think because you are both like, Helborn in nature, they're like, your usual difficulties selling people and stuff isn't at play here, do you know what I mean? And I think even the fact that Katie, who came and got her, has now come up to speak to you but waited for her to like you finish her back and forth and stuff. Like you can tell she's almost reassured by him. In the sense of, the same way you'd be reassured if there was a guard with you, rather than, oh, this person brings me comfort. It's more a case of this person is going to get in the way of problems first. Vibed that you're picking up from Chloe. So yeah, and then I think Katie kind of looks to you and says, I couldn't trouble you for some tea, could I?
Of course. It's so good to see how we were worried. Myr'ra's going to like start making tea. And kind of like letting him know that they were very worried when they couldn't get out, reach out to him, and that she's sorry she didn't check in earlier. And she's glad that Nori found him.
It puts like a hand like on your shoulder reassuringly, and like you can feel like quite a firm grip from him, and like a kind of warm smile on his face, and goes, I didn't realise I was so important to you, Myr'ra, but I will think of that fondly.
Myr'ra looks incredibly uncomfortable. And he goes, well, yes, like a friend. And then looks like, is that a thing? But yeah, like he's been around as long as she's known the rest of the group at this point. And in that kind of like quite standard. She probably didn't really have very many close friends before this. So these people are all very important to her, including him and Sir Ethane.
Yeah, and like KT does definitely, like, I mean, he lets you guys call him KT because he's like, oh, it's KT to my friends, right? Rather than, you know, Sir Cont Threem or Count Cont Threem as he currently is, Mayor Cont Threem. Yes. So yeah, he's quite touched by that. But definitely just like, can I have my tea now though? Like, after this slightly awkward exchange. And then he goes, yes, thank you for this. And then just kind of like cups it and walks away, and then walks past wherever Nori's went to and just hands Nori the cup of tea.
Yeah. Tea.
Thank you.
Yes, it looked like you could use something after that ordeal.
There's still more to come. All in hunter mode.
Yes, and I wouldn't wish your vigilance to drop, but also we have to maintain our strength. You can guys, like, he's like looking around now, obviously maybe based on what Lockhart's told him, he's now a lot more suspicious of everyone. But as he pretty much said to Lockhart, it's not really his expertise hiding stuff, really. Kind of being very overt is more KT's style, quite frankly. Like,
more garish than hidden.
No vampire would be that on the nose. So yeah, yeah. So what's the plan? Just march over the on until they seem to want to stop, I guess. Is that the kind of crux of it?
Yeah.
Okay. As everybody starts moving, Katie does ask the group, because obviously he can't. He's not in the telepathic link, I don't think.
He can be if he wants to be.
He asks the group, do you still wish me to try and pursue this Keenan? Or would you prefer me here?
I think the fact he had enough magic to... She looks uncomfortable having to say that he trapped Katie. But like just trap you. He might have enough magic for what we're looking for, but it's almost equally likely that it's someone here.
And perhaps I should stay.
If he's ahead of us, we'll catch up eventually anyway.
Unless they take a wrong turn, but we have given them as much options as we can to help them. We must focus on the ones that are seeking our help.
Unfortunately, I will have to rest soon myself. Perhaps Master Nori could summon some kind of meal, like he has done in the past. Yeah, and the Kavahari, maybe try and find another one of them.
How far are we from like the next stop? Because I assume we're like a day or two from where we would be stopping next.
Yeah, you're not close at all. And this will be the last stop before you then make the stretch into the split. The 5-way split. Or whatever many ways it was. I think it was 5 ways. Or 6 if you include the way you came in initially. So, yeah. You're not really in any place you could like hold up again this many people easily. Like maybe staying in the tunnel itself is maybe easier. But at least you know you could technically bookend people if need be, again, and have some people in the middle, and then that's probably the best you can do. At least it's, I mean, as horrible as it to say, it's only like 30 people sandwiched in each time. You could technically stagger it and maybe just have some people 15 people, some people 15 people, some people, and like segment the survivors, as it were, into 4 like groups with some of you guys watching over them. Depends how you want to kind of like split that up, but yeah, you would probably be best stopping to then push on, and then maybe just skip the next resting spot entirely, and then like just try and get back, because you'd maybe, if you pushed on, if you got a rest here and got everybody back on their feet and fed and stuff like that, you could maybe push on until you hit where you met our wonderful bee lady, Posey. But that would be like, everybody would be knackered and have to sleep in the tunnels again. Probably more than what they've done so far, because you'd be pushing people, quite redlining them, essentially. But then you'd be near the you'd be near Denk by that point. And obviously the further away from those bugs in that nest, the better.
Mush refugees.
Yup. So, settling down for the next rest, I guess, then. Any plans you guys want to make for that? Katie did state that they might appreciate someone keeping an eye on them while they are somewhat vulnerable. Also.
I'm going to take a quick 10-minute rest.
Okay, yep.
And then I'm going to go hunting for some...
Kavahari.
What's the word? Rations.
Yes, yes,
Is this a 10-hour or less?
Oh, I think it can definitely be a 10-hour if you are willing to wait that long. I think the refugees need to sleep, and
Yeah.
Do we need to somehow split watches?
I mean, honestly, I would happily just do my 1 hour and stay awake and keep guard on people.
Yeah, can do if you want. The Marabella is happy to do the same as well, stay up. The other two are very tired. Marabella seems giddy with energy all the time.
Oh, yeah, I think I might need my rest. But Myr'ra could definitely try and go to sleep early, like go straight to sleep, and then try and be like the first one up.
Yeah.
And tap out with people.
And keep in mind, it's a 10-hour rest that you need to take to get your healing, but you could sleep for the 7 or 8 hours, right? Realistically, and it gives you some overlap to play with. So,
yeah. Between us, if we try and stagger things, there's always somebody watching.
Yeah.
And again, maybe we just keep it well lit. Maybe we keep torches and lights and make it easier for less people to keep an eye out. / make ourselves a big beacon so things become that.
Lockhart, I'm assuming you're also going to do what Myr'ra's doing, is taking the first rest to try and...
Yeah. Lockhart... Would you like to have a chat with some of the people? I'm just wondering, do that at the beginning or at the end?
Do it at the end. Just in case things happen again.
The one thing I would say is if you're doing it at the end, you'd be waking people up to have that chat. Unless you're doing it as you're moving out after the rest. Like the caravan moving out. Because keep in mind, most of the others are going to take as much rest as possible if people are keeping watch for them. The only people kind of mad enough to try and stay up are Lads and Marabella.
Oh, I'd like to have a chat with the lads.
Yeah.
So... but yeah, might do the rest first.
Yep, no worries.
Do we have any things that help us with the rests?
Let me check. Check how much it costs me. Oh, it's free. Comes with Edge. I can make an emotional support pet. That kind of like first, which means you add a +1 to your recovery rolls.
Yep.
I think up to the hour. I don't know if it works for the 10-hour. Yeah, because it's feels happier for the next hour and adds +1 recovery rolls made in that time. So I think anything up to your hour, you can add +1 to.
Yep.
And the blob ditto thing takes whatever comforting shape you would like it to take.
I think I would need to take the 10 hours, the problem.
I'm also going to do my hour and then my 10-hour.
Cool. Everybody else deal with your rests now.
Okay. So that's... Okay.
I'm going to do a stealth roll for my hunting.
Yep. And just to get your rations. Yep, so that's 21. Yeah. Yeah.
Honestly, I'm going to do my 10 hours, and then at the end of the 10-hour rest, I'm just going to be like, yeah, give me 5 minutes, guys. Give me 10 minutes, guys, and I'll do my action and 10 minutes.
Okay.
Because I am fucked right now.
That's fair,
For the
yes.
morning ones, you could have because you could, like, once I'm up in the morning, I can emotional support pet again. So you
Okay.
can add the one to each of them.
Okay, cool. That's perfect, because that means I'm now precisely at max HP. For everything again. I would have been too short otherwise.
Not bad, though.
I am too short of like max intellect. I'm like, I should just leave that. It's not worth it. It's not worth wasting a recovery roll, but it's annoying.
So we would get the +1 on the...
To anything that's not the 10 hour, you can get +1. So if you did your 10 hour and then your like action, you could have it on your action.
Are we narratively at the stage where we're at the end of the 10 hours? Have we survived the 10 hours is what I want to know.
I haven't decided that yet.
This is why I wasn't...
But keep in mind that you wouldn't be able to investigate the situation in the morning if you're getting up and resting still. You would need to wait till your resting has done, until you start investigating the morning's affairs, to see what has transpired through the night. So you tell me. I know that Falkwin's taken at least 11 minutes to rest. So what are you doing, Lockhart? Are you getting up and investigating everyone, or are you going to take a wee, because remember it's an action for your first recovery, and then 10 minutes for the second. So not really a lot of time in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
Rousing this amount of people would take 10 minutes, but it means somebody isn't rousing them if it's not you. Somebody else has to do it. And by rousing, it literally just means getting them up and packed up and moving.
Assuming that we have... Well, I just don't want to skip anything if Nori's still doing things at the start of the 10 hours, is my...
Nori hunted and got their food, and I'm assuming gave one of them to...
for breakfast.
And obviously gave Katie some food, I assume, also.
Cave crawler desk.
Then yeah, Lockhart would do the action.
Yeah, cool. Ignysera, how you doing?
So I'm just using my 1 hour rest, which do near the beginning if there's people that are staying up for a little bit before people go to sleep, and then the rest of the time I'm doing rounds constantly.
Cool.
Round everyone.
Okay. Can you give me an intellect defense roll?
Intellect defense.
Mm-hmm.
Is that any different from a regular intellect roll?
Not really, but some things may buff specifically intellect defense rolls, which is why I need to state it that way.
Okay.
For example, closed mind gives you training in those, for example.
No. Bonus, nothing. Difficulty, unknown. Effort. Asset, no cost.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, as you do your rounds, people are sleeping, some people are staying up talking, and obviously like when you're walking by they're hushing quieter, etc. Because obviously, it kind of, it's not quite high school dorm levels of behaviour, right? But it is that kind of almost, some people just can't sleep. Obviously the lads are doing their best to be like vigilant as well. Dig has obviously stayed up with you. You can tell Dig is shattered, but Dig feels responsible for everything. So Dig's trying her best to be aware. Lockhart's suspicion right there, like, Dig, helping, you see. Suspicious!
Not asleep!
But yeah, so as far as you can tell, nothing untoward has happened.
Okay.
Okay.
Too.
It is too quiet. It is odd. Yeah. So
But once I get back from hunting,
Mhm.
I'm going to take my 1 hour rest.
Okay.
Get that one out of the way.
And keep in mind, everybody else is taking like a 10-hour rest as well, so you've got the scope to do that as well. And keep in mind, you're adding 1 to your recovery rolls because of Myr'ra that aren't 10 hours. So you also got to take your
Fine,
10-hour rest?
I wanted to get me back up to full.
Oh, perfect.
No, I'm gonna. That's me maxed out anyway, so I'm going to do that. And as Ignysera is wandering around one direction, I'm wheeling around the other direction. But
Yeah.
I'm going to be doing it with my cloak on,
Okay.
just to see if I can see anything at all. So
Yeah.
I shall be brave, and I shall be rolling my elven cloak that I don't ever want to roll against.
I mean, keep in mind, it will work this time regardless. It's just, you know. I love how you worry about the D100 roll, though, compared to some of the other artifacts we've got. I think it's because it hurts harder when you land
Just
on
such
a 1.
good thing at the moment. Correct.
Can you XP to re-roll that?
Depleted.
You can reroll any roll, as far as the thing said. Is like, I think that's what it said in the reroll rules. Reroll a dice, I believe.
I was just going to say, why would I want to re-roll that? But you mean the one?
Yeah.
If I ever got one.
So that means at the cost of 1 XP, you only have a 1 in 10,000 chance. At the cost of 2 XP, that's a 1 in. Is that 1 in a million? Yeah.
Let's see. There is definitely. Let me see if I can find the page for it as well. But yes, is anyone else doing anything through the night other than just patrolling or sleeping? Because I think for the most part everyone's sleeping except Ignysera and Nori. Which does mean you'll be very tired. But
Yeah.
also, from a mechanical point of view, you technically are taking your 10-hour rest, even if you aren't really doing anything, but those are technically going away, because you still need to kind of sync up for the new day, if that makes sense. So, but if you're not actively resting during that time, 10 hours is still passing. Do you know what I mean? You're not going to be stuck the whole next day having only a 10-hour rest. If that
Okay,
makes
so I
sense.
can reset to the action one.
Yeah. That makes sense, right? Because it would be weird if people then were locked out until they went, oh guys, I know you all took a rest, I know I was technically doing stuff during that too, but can we all just wait another 10 hours while I catch up? That feels a bit weird.
So I'll take that.
Cool,
I'm happy with
cool,
that.
It feels
One of those things, even though we're doing this, we're not going to walk about for 10 hours.
exactly,
We're going to take
yeah.
wee breaks in between and have something to eat.
Yeah, and I mean, even Katie made sure you got some tea, mostly to keep you awake so when you can go hunting to feed him. But, you know.
So you can have some caffeinated blood, can't you?
Yeah, delicious, keep me awake blood.
Speaking of sustenance, I'm going to go grab some more water.
No worries. So, what I would like to do is, Lockhart, while we're waiting, do you have access to the PDF still? Do you want to go and find out the spending XP to reroll rule somewhere and just find out if that does apply? Because it'd be good to know that just for the sake of it, and get an answer on that. I don't think I read anything that said you couldn't.
Actually be better just to assume.
Thing is,
my
my assumption currently is that it works on that. I would just rather know so you guys know that you don't need to be as panicky about that like artifact stuff if you've got XP or somebody has it, because obviously you can spend your rerolls on other people's stuff. But remember, this one shot is meant to teach us the system, Chris. So we may as well learn as we go. Because this one shot is very importantly educational, primarily. But yes, so obviously you guys patrol, everybody else sleeps, nothing else of note to be done from what I can tell, other than everybody kind of staying put. Yeah, the morning happens, people take some, much deserved extra wee 10 minutes in bed. People start packing up stuff, the kind of chat and stuff starts to get louder and louder. People do what they can with what supplies they've still got left. Supplies are getting kind of thinner, though, amongst the group. And I'll reiterate for Sean's return there, like, a lot of the morning comes, people take their rest, people do what they can with what little rations and stuff they've got left, but supplies are getting thinner. And yeah, people are gonna start moving out, I believe.
Yes, it says any role in the game, even one that they didn't make.
Yes, perfect. That's exactly what I thought it was, but it was good to confirm. Because again, the system's very into the players succeeding, which is nice. So yes, as everybody starts to obviously like march on in the morning, you've all got your shit together and you're starting to head out. You're missing one person.
God damn it.
Who?
KT.
Hey, Tate.
Who was watching KT?
We didn't see him sneak off on our rounds.
Nope.
Shit.
Was there a point in the night where we noticed he had gone, or was it just once we?
No, to your memory,
got better in the
KT
morning?
went to bed and stayed asleep.
God damn it, KT.
Hi, scared check status.
And I call him. Yeah, like simultaneously, like even before you get a result from that, Lockheart would be calling.
Okay, so I'm assuming you're going to send him a message of some kind on your ring, then Lockhart, and obviously you're going to attempt to check status. Any 9 other people you're going to check in?
No,
Okay.
just checking on KT.
89 times.
Yeah. Right, well, if it's simultaneous, I need to know the wording of the message as well. And get our artifact roll for that too.
Yes. So it would be. I guess. What is it? Where are you? Are you safe? This is most inconvenient.
Leave a note next time. Jeez.
Okay, so that's roughly your message then, yeah?
But please let us
Yeah.
know that you're safe.
Yeah, cool. And, yeah. Use... Oh, it's perfect! It's perfect!
Twice that's happened now.
I mean, you can re-roll it with XP, remember?
That we have just established that. But no.
Okay. But yes, the check status as well. Dire health.
Oh,
Great.
oh no!
And no
Fantastic.
response.
Oh, God.
I mean,
Yeah.
I know it's not related, but it almost feels like you sent the message, and because of what's going on, it broke the. In the narrative, you you feel the.
2 postmen turn up to put the letter through the same postbox? What? But yes. Obviously, no one else
I'm going to
seems
use my
obviously
tracker skills to see if we can find out if he's.
Give it a go. Yep. But yeah, nobody else obviously has particularly noticed that KT's missing, because obviously KT hasn't been a massive part of the group, alas.
But Katie is probably a Barlen.
Yeah.
We didn't think of
We
that.
didn't think to warn him about that shit. How do you spell dire?
D-I-R-E, I believe.
There we go.
My brain
I
nearly
could not get my
broke
brain-
halfway through. I went
Yeah.
D-I, oh no. R-E.
I'm like
Dire.
D-I-O-R? No, that's deal.
Diar.
D-I-E-O-R? That's not a word.
D-I-A-R.
Thanks, team.
Diar. But yes, D-I-R-E.
Perfect.
And that is definitely less about him replying and more about check status
Yes.
telling you.
Pulling. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh god. Do we have any form of like tracking shit?
That's what
Nori.
I've just rolled.
Nori, do you have like a blood bond with him now? Come on, got up something.
So,
That's up to Ryan to tell us that. I never.
so for Nori's tracking, which is what, 9 plus 16, so what's that, 25? Yeah, you can find no tracks leading forward or back in this tunnel.
Damn it.
Can I scan for
Yeah.
teleportation?
Oh. Is it my internet that's slow? Is it everybody
Oh.
else's? I think
No.
Discord. I
I
think
think it's
Discord.
Discord.
Yeah.
That was also.
Yeah.
Yep. So you want to scan for
This is all this time. Hey.
teleportation again, yeah. Mhm.
Yes. Oh god. Press. Difficulty unknown. F. Okay.
16?
Yeah.
Okay, and this is to try and like discern some magical patterns again.
Yeah, trying to again match it to what we felt. Or I felt in
the area is like laced with celestial magic, and it does go back along the tunnel, not forward.
Oh, I let everybody know that.
Is Dig still here?
Yeah.
So,
Loyal
I love
Dig.
how much you want it to be Dig.
Yes, Lockhart. Sorry, Falkwin. Yep, go for it.
Is this okay? Does Myr'ra communicate this to the rest of us? First of all,
Yes.
okay. So the question is this a trail of celestial magic something that our group created, or some particular members of our group created as we came down this way? Or was it created when KT and presumably the killer left back that way, if indeed that's how they left? Essentially, is this just a sign that there's some freaky shit coming with us, or is this potentially a trail that leads us back to KT?
If it feels like our only current trail, we might have to follow it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And either tell the refugees to stay, rest some more.
I suppose if the trail becomes stronger as we follow it, then it is likely KT and the killer. If it becomes weaker as we follow it, it was likely our group. And whichever killer might be among us.
If I use less levels of effort, I can do scan effectively for free. If I only use one level of effort. So.
So who's going back down the tunnel and who's staying with the group?
I feel like I should go back down the tunnel. If I can scan for the magic.
I feel like you're the one that has to go.
Yeah.
Out of everyone.
Where am I most useful?
And Lockhart, you said you were going to go with Myr'ra?
Yeah. Yes, I think.
Katie.
Got to.
Okay.
We've established. Friendship is life.
Yep. And Falkwin, what were you thinking? Where are you best suited?
Where am I best? I can stop.
Oh, I froze again. That's okay. So where are you best suited? There we go.
Yeah, it went red.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Lockhart, love you, but with the best will in the world, you're not the best in a fight. So I think...
And you forget that.
So I think I should probably go with Lockhart and Myr'ra.
Okay.
Kate, Nori and Ignysera make a pretty good fighting force to leave back here.
But Nori would be our best bet for tracking.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's something that's absconded with KT, we probably want Ignysera too.
The Elven maidens know the way. They're in charge now.
I don't want to leave Dig on her own.
You can ask Did to come with you guys.
So she can stab us in the back while we're...
Could make her walk in front.
Falkwin is best paired with a frontliner. So whether that's Ignysera or Myr'ra, it doesn't make too much of a difference.
I think we all have to go.
Yeah.
What's going to happen to the group? There's going to be like another 20 missing by the time we come back.
Would I do such a thing?
The Elven maidens into the telepathic link.
Remind me how many people have been murdered in previous attempts. Has it been the entire group, or has it usually just been a few?
Just a few.
Well, eventually we'll run out of Barlan.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's probably all the Barlan.
Because it's not been the same number. It's not been a proportion or a percentage. It's been a smattering, which now we probably believe they are the Barlan in each of those groups.
So do we just ask everyone, all right, who's a Barlen.
Cards
Because
on the table.
you don't gain anything by hiding this information, by the way. Like, you guys are the ones in danger. Let us know, we can help you.
So if you suspected that Barlen were being killed, would you specifically say, by the way, I'm also a Barlen, please keep me safe?
Well, I would make that note certain terms, like, we can't tell, but the killer can. So, you have nothing to gain by lying to us.
Unless the Barlen think that the killer can't tell them all apart, and that maybe some Barlen have been getting it through alive by being stealthy, and that, of course, I would be able to be stealthy.
Yeah, the arrogance of the Barlen.
Yeah. Of course, I'm not like those guys.
No, I'm different. I'm special. Yeah.
Did we tell Katie that the Barlen were the ones being targeted?
Yeah. Which
I
I
always forget he's in that circle.
Yeah.
He's just a vampire. Why does he have to the other things?
It crossed my mind that we maybe should mention it, but then I didn't say it out loud.
Would Nori need to watch out if this is how your father died, right?
Yes,
And
it seems.
does that make you Barlen?
I don't know whether that's really sunk in yet. That's just. It's more the killed my father. Not that my father was something and that's why he was killed. The relationship between that doesn't matter to Nori at the moment. He just is Avenger mode. Not the good Avenger mode.
And he's in no more danger than Myr'ra.
Yeah, Myr'ra would maybe pipe up with, I think Nori would be more like me. We're generation, at least our generation down from Barlen.
I'm sorry, I don't really know the.
No, it's a good question. It's worth. We don't know if they get all the Barlen, they decide to go for people closer in generations. We don't know this person and their motivation. But we can maybe find out.
So what's the plan, everyone? Then are we all going? Or are we leaving like Team Dig, lads, and Elven Maidens in charge?
I still have the map.
What was that, Chris?
Or does Katie... Do we have the map, or does Katie have the map?
I think you've got it.
That's what I thought too. I haven't put it in my notes. So
I don't remember who had it last, but I think it was either Lockhart or you. And I think Lockhart gave it to you because you're the navigator. So, yeah.
Well, we could give the map to Dig and tell him Dig to push on.
Yeah.
That's up to Lockhart's suspicious mind to...
We can go on together.
That would be my suggestion, just tell them to push on. We'll go
And it
on.
will catch up.
If Lockhart doesn't trust Dig very much, they trust the lads, so we could give it to one of the main lads. You trust them more?
And fully trust the Elven Maidens.
I would maybe go Elven Maidens just because they are still external.
Yeah.
And they would still feel like the group was being escorted. Versus we're just going, you're in charge of yourselves now. Right.
Bye, see you later. Okay.
Yeah, well, that's fine. I think then that's
We've got Marabella in charge.
Get them to push on.
Are we looping in telepathically the Elven Maidens as well? All three or just Marabella?
Myr'ra debates how many of them she can cope with.
Yeah.
Along with everybody
The
else.
switchboard that is. Yeah. So Marabella, Dakima, and Camberley.
Yeah. I think she'll loop them all in.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
The more the merrier.
Yeah.
Okay, so you take some time and set
Obviously,
that
you would tell them you're going to do this first.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it only works willingly.
I think so. Okay, so you've set up the gang, you've told everybody to head on. Obviously, there's a lot of uncomfortable people in that caravan, given the fact that all of you are going away.
Yeah.
Do we tell them?
You tell me.
Do we tell any of the remaining Barlet?
We've told Dig. Like, we
It
haven't
might-
told Dig.
Whether it might start a witch hunt on the bar, and they'll be like, they're the ones that are causing us these problems. They're the ones that are making us in danger.
But
Whether-
they are the ones in the danger.
Yeah, but the rest of the caravan.
Yeah, you're assuming people are rational when they hear about, oh, the killer wants that specific person. Well, if we can give them that, we're safe.
Yeah.
Also, it doesn't preclude sort of Barlen turning on each other. In a
Or just
kind of-
collateral damage.
yeah,
Weirdly not been a problem so far other than the trampling at the start.
which was the limb monsters.
Mm.
Probably.
The fewer of them there are, the less likely trampling is going to occur.
Very true.
What a Lockhart thing to say.
I know. It's all about the numbers.
Silver linings here, people.
Those aren't always good
Right,
things in this world. Silver linings are worrying in this world.
Okay, if we're okay not telling them.
Dig knows.
Mhm.
I can fill the Elven maidens in. I don't know if they won't be able to spot a Barlen. I don't imagine.
I can tell them, I'm assuming you're looping everybody in that's in the caretaker role, except the lads.
Oh, is there a member of the lads we definitely trust?
I mean, we do trust them, but I don't know. Do we
Yeah.
trust them with that information? Not to. They might just like accidentally let it out.
So Lockhart had been wanting to have like a minute with the lads before, obviously, all of this was.
Did I ever say how many were in the group that had the lads? So ever again a definitive number? Because I don't recall a definitive number. It isn't a massive number of people. I want to say it was 4 or 5 of them. So I'm happy to just say there's 4 in that group that have been doing what they can to be super duper lads. Give me a second. I'll get them all names for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lads.
Can you think of why I've been wanting to talk to them?
Not at all. No, not at all. Not at all. Please stand by while I come up with other names for these.
Excuse me.
I can't find any note about how many lads there were. So
In my mind, it had been like a dozen, but 4s. So.
I mean, some of those might have went missing with the 15, though.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean,
Or they've less ladified.
yes, maybe as things have got horrible.
They were the core lads, and the others were like a little bit enthused at the beginning, and then as it's time's gone, oh no, this is too much. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, these are the end of the night.
These are terrible names, and I'm not even sorry. So Lockhart, are you approaching them?
Chad.
Yes, that's the top of the list. Of course it is. So you want to approach the 4 lads?
Yeah. And basically is saying, if we just say this just before we're about to go or something.
Well, who would you like to speak to first? Is it them as a group, or any particular individuals?
I was going to start with the group together.
Okay. Well, in this group you have Chad, Jace,
Oh,
Yes.
that's
amazing.
Jace,
Real warriors.
yeah, Brett,
Great. Beautiful.
and Topher.
Oh. Oh. That's a good list.
Yep. I'm sorry, American
Incredible.
jocks.
Yeah, I feel like a fraternity or something, don't they? Sigma Pies. That's
Yeah.
Yeah, so Lockhart was basically just going to say briefly to them, it's like, right, well, we are going to be making a quick excursion to see if we can track down one of our comrades. But you've all been doing very, very fine work, keeping us all...
Two of them high-five each other.
Exactly, that's it. Your indefatigability, your steadfastness...
Or what? Like Brett says, looking confused. Bro, do you need us to come with you?
Hope maybe one day, but this time we need you to look after the rest of the group. But when we do reach deck, I think I could probably find some employment with Her Majesty for you, if that's something that you were...
Jace looks confused and says, "Where's Denk?"
To the new places that were at the end of the tunnel.
Oh, right. And then, like, Topher just, like, punches him in the shoulder and is like, yeah, duh. They all look bolstered and, like, quite, puffed up chests after the, we need you guys to keep this group safe. Yeah.
5 seconds into the conversation, Nori goes, "I'm going to go and start tracking."
Yeah. Also, it wouldn't be any other thing other than Kappa 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 or something. They're like, let's face it.
Kappa Kappa Kalli.
We get a Kappa in the chat.
Well, doesn't Kappa mean demon in some language? I'm sure, so feels appropriate.
Yeah, they're a little.
Oh yeah, Kappas are watered.
Yeah.
It's also the letter K in Greek.
Yeah, that's where I was going with that at least. For the Helborn connection. Rightio. So besides our demon jock chads,
I love them so much.
they get good energy, don't they? They get good energy.
I just picture all of them now with like the Kappa troll face. This is them. We've just posted them in the chat. That's them and their faces.
I can't wait till they open up their carriage wash for charity. Their topless carriage wash for charity.
I hope none of them are Barlan.
I don't think so, just from talking with them.
They don't give up all I do.
Right, so you guys head off. Nori, you've started some tracking, I believe.
Yes, I think so.
Yes. So yeah, you start heading down the tunnel. Nori's obviously doing their best to track. Myr'ra, Joss, want to give me a roll for your, I guess, scanning every so often? Dig took a lot of convincing to stay behind, by the way. Dig definitely seemed like they wanted to come and help. Especially when they knew that you had already said to the lads and the Elven Maidens to guard the group.
Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Apologies.
That's okay.
Problems of touchscreens.
There's been no random celebrations yet, so... Oh.
I did consider trying to do one for the lads.
4th of July, bro.
Oh. Okay.
1st of February.
February. The brewery!
Second month.
16.
Not bad, yep. Yeah, it seems like Falkwin's theory was correct. Like, it does seem to be either equal or stronger here. Much further away from the group. So it does seem like it must have started with the caravan and seems to have got stronger.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
So Falkwin seems to be on the ball with that.
Nice. Let me see the files. Is it 2 thumbs?
There we go.
Yeah.
Translated to us.
4th of July, bro. Dude, bro. But yes. So you guys start heading back.
Sorry.
That's okay. You guys start heading back up through the tunnels, and you find your way back to that rest point you skipped.
Mm-hmm.
Inside the rest point, pinned to the wall, is Katie's body. And at their feet is 9 people tied up. And while there is a blade through Katie to the cave wall, There's another note saying, another gift.
Did we just leave them in this room? Were they there? Were they here though?
Yous were never in this room.
We didn't
Oh, this
finish
this isn't the. This
So
isn't
yous,
the- okay.
when yous left the rest place that yous were in, you skipped the next one to keep pushing on.
Right.
So it's the skipped one that yous are in currently.
I thought we went all the way back to the start.
No, that would be like a day and a half or something. Running.
It seemed like a lot.
Yeah. So.
This was still a lot of running.
Is try and go over see is Katie still alive?
How do you do that?
Do a scan.
I mean, you're also having to step through, not 15, 9 tied up people.
Yeah, they're less important.
They all seem eager to be untied.
Are they blindfolded?
Mhm.
Okay.
Obviously, some have like wriggled out of like blindfolds and stuff by this point, though. But
Yeah, probably drawing dagger and again going to draw blood to try and like tip into Katie's mouth.
okay. What's everybody else doing while Lockhart's obviously getting ready to approach Katie?
Going to be releasing the 9,
Mm-hmm.
I imagine.
Yeah.
So
And Myr'ra would help move people.
Yep.
Get them untied.
Okay.
Jack help on them.
But
also watching Lockhart. In case he needs help.
Yes, in the moment, obviously, I'm not sure Lockhart would be thinking about it because there's what's going on to Katie. But like, it's a lot of assumptions we're making about these 9.
Ignysera, what were you doing?
I was gonna help with the 9 as well, but before I kind of got to them, would have like hesitated, like, do we know these 9 people? Do they seem okay? Do we need to do a status check on them?
It's a valid question, right? It's a valid
I
question.
could do that. If I can see them, I can check their status.
Like, do they have like malice in their heart? I don't know.
How was it that we originally found out about those people with the blank minds?
Lockhart tried to read everybody.
Can we try that on these guys?
Lockhart's a bit busy right now, I'm afraid.
Not yet.
Falkwin, do you want to do anything in this moment then? I know what everybody else is up to. And also, I'll wait for Nori as well.
Don't know if there's anything useful I can do. I guess I can help untie people if that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
I would prefer to find a way to make sure that they're actually victims rather than traps. But
Yeah, I mean, you could be specifically keeping them herded, I guess, then, right? Like, while everybody else kind of tends to end it needs tending to. Maybe they've injured themselves or something, right? So you can definitely make sure people are, like, kept in a group, at least.
I think I'll definitely stay on the side of being cautious. So like if helping someone would make me lose sight of other people or anything like that, I would probably just stay back and like be the guard.
Yeah.
Be the person watching the situation rather than help out.
That makes sense, yep. Nori?
I would like to know whether you think I kept any of the rations behind, rather than watching Lockhart start to slit his wrists. Do I have a spare rabbit that could?
Honestly,
probably Lockhart's blood would be more of a boost.
The answer is no, because of how thin the supplies would have been in the camp. It would have been weird for you to have hoarded anything. So the answer would be sadly no. I am in that front. Unless you specifically were like, nah, fuck these refugees, they can starve.
No, that's not what we were about in there.
But yeah, so Lockhart, obviously you take in the situation, you see the 9 people, you see the kind of pinned to the wall, as I said, with like it looks almost like a very like, it's not quite like a dagger or anything, or like a sword, it's a very weird kind of, looks more like a scepter in a way, the way it is, but it is bladed, but it seems to be, what's the word, like a pyramid style blade stretched, and it seems to be like maybe like a foot and a half long, given how far it's been pinned through, and it's silver. There is no like handguard or anything like that. There is like a kind of rounded pommel to it, but that seems to mostly be for purchase rather than anything else into the kind of shape of the thing. It seems to be a very simple piece of metal that has been like pushed through Katie's, like, well, let's say it's a heart, pinned them to the wall as they're hung from it. As you reach for your dagger and obviously go a step forward, as you look up with your dagger in hand, there's nobody in this cave. Katie's not on the wall.
You're the only one that sees this?
Yous are all busy. Yous are all busy. And sadly, nobody has noticed anything other than Lockhart about to get his blade out and go help Katie. What does Lockhart do in that moment?
Yeah, well, probably gone to, probably like dagger in hand. Will.
Nothing is a valid answer, by the way.
No, I think. I think, it's now probably first hand on the wall, where we thought it was.
Mm-hmm.
And then, as turned around, and probably... No, sorry, not that one. It was essentially try that.
Okay.
And I know there's not necessarily a target that you can see, but basically just trying to reach out with mind.
Yeah, like almost a defensive, attempt.
Yeah. Obviously, I know not to target any of these 4, and I'm also not really looking at the 9. But
you're not looking at anyone.
Know,
you can't see anyone.
Yeah, I know that they can see me. I know that they are influencing Lockhart, so it's basically just going to try and reach out and throw that out.
Yep.
Into
cool.
the.
Give me a roll.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's okay.
I can't actually afford this. Probably yes, but then this. I'm not saying this was an optimal play.
No, but it feels like a good play, right? It feels like an instinctual, reactive play. Okay, so what's your final number?
So I put 4 effort in.
31?
There's the usual things that I would try and put in of, is this some sort of deception, persuasion, and all of that? Since I don't know who's there, I struggle to see how that... even I struggle to see how I could justify that.
I'm pleased by this. Yep.
And
me as the GM, often ruling for you.
I say it was in my mind for the level up of just trained in psychic magic or something. So it is what I'm thinking about, but I just don't see it.
It's okay.
So yeah, plus 12, so 31.
Yep. So obviously, instinctually, you've got your dagger in hand, you got to the wall, touch it, immediately turn around, psychically project, horror or whatever you can to the kind of, room, I guess, in general, back the way. As the almost like psychic wave like hits the other side of the cave itself, there is like almost like it's like the energy of it's like wrapping around, like smoke wraps around a figure standing in the middle. And then you just hear the clapping. And then the kind of smoke lingers on them and becomes like wind. And then the wind peels off of them. And do you want to describe what Lockheart looks like to the group?
A human of middle age, with black shoulder-length hair, say fairly pale, in sort of, business casual, whatever that means for this setting, but slightly roby, with a ring, with some sort of signet for the crown, and the other ring for the light scale. Thank you.
Yeah. And then as the kind of, again, wind dissipates around, you've just got Lockhart grinning back at himself, having finished that like triple clap. And that's where we take our break. So, yes, I'll see you in 10 minutes. Let me get us on mute. Okay, that should be us back. I will await the audio test. If somebody can talk to me, that would be great.
No.
Okay.
I can hear
You know the rules. It doesn't happen.
Oh. Oh man. Okay,
Yes. we can.
perfect. Well, good hello and welcome back to part 2 of session 10 of the 4th arc of the Cascade game, which is called Last of the Summer Elves. I never said that at the start. It's the 1st of February 2025. I'm Viktor, the GM. Here are the players.
Yep, I'm Sean. I'm playing Falkwin.
Nice. Great. I'm Ignysera, who is a Dragonfolk warrior, and there's a Halo 5. Throw me off now.
Good evening. My name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be continuing to play Lockheart, but I suspect I'm not the only one playing Lockheart.
Hello, I remain Hannah, and I am playing Myr'ra Pentergast, who might need to shed her skins quite soon.
Hi everyone. I missed earlier, but I'm Chris, and I'm playing Nori Nediam. Professional performance this time. More.
Yes. So, Lockheart. Let's just start with you, shall we? You seem to be staring at yourself. You seem very elated that they seem to have been revealed by your psychic outburst. As I said, they clapped as they formed from the kind of residual psychic wind from your attack. And then they're just kind of like grinning, very, very pleased with themselves. Probably like more, grinning more than Lockheart has ever done in a, very eerily way. Said, I figured you deserved a gift, given all of your hard work.
Where have you taken Katie?
Or have I taken you?
Less concerned about that.
I wouldn't be.
Well, it won't matter so much to me. I'm gone. Everything continues. But where have you taken him?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. If you're gone, everything
Well, I
does
think we
continue.
probably should.
And like,
I
you can
mean,
tell that
start-
you look like you've annoyed him by like cutting him off, and like, but he lets you talk and finish your.
I think we started with where's Katie, so why don't we? Let's not be ahead of ourselves to continue with where we started.
Yes, you are the annoying one. That's why we're talking.
Well, we find ourselves talking a lot, I think.
Yes, but none more effective than you from this group. You're the reason why I have to take this time out of my schedule to attend to this. If you're removed, everything continues as far as I'm concerned. You're the only one posing any kind of resistance to my agenda.
Your silver tongue is almost golden, and it tastes like honey in my ears, but I don't think you believe what you're saying. There's not quite the conviction that my face should be giving out here. You've not quite got all of these subtleties, I think. Do you wear faces often?
Perhaps that's a failing of the form I've taken to have this conversation.
No, it's the voice behind it. Just not quite used to having the confidence to know you're going to win, I think.
I have one. Well, one to go. Anyway.
I don't think you believe that. I think you think there's a few spanners, a few schedules taken away that don't seem to have quite lined up. That would suggest some things you hadn't considered, some lack of planning, perhaps. And if you've made that lapse, how many others might you have made? If you think that I was the one to stop you, then you've definitely missed something quite major.
You think so little of yourself?
I think very greatly of myself, and I think everyone knows that.
Yes, it's quite hard to miss.
You seem to have missed the strength of those that I brought.
No,
Seem to.
they're just not the strength you need.
I think they'll surprise you.
Oh, I hope so. I do ever so love surprises.
You will love meeting them, or love getting to know them like I do.
There's a kind of like a grin, again, like the annoyance almost like passed, and they're kind of like grinning, and you can't tell if it's necessarily forced or like genuinely, no, they're comfortable again. And they say, "Let me pose it to you this way. Have you worked out who's left? Who's my last victim?" They take one step towards you. Lost for words.
Oh, there's a satisfaction in knowing what to say and what not to say, what answers to give, what answers to conceal. And, well, it reminds me of a time, but you wouldn't get it, I don't think. I would just like to very quickly clarify.
Yeah.
So, when we cast the thing, my math is just not quite working. It costs 6 with 4 levels of effort. 4 levels of effort would be 5, 7, 9, 11.
Are you trying to work out how much Terrifying Image cost you?
Yes.
It says at the bottom, that was 9 plus 6 minus 5 is 10. So I'm assuming 9 was all
Right, yes. No, I keep thinking the first level costs 5, but no, it's the first level costs 3, second
and everything
is 2.
everything else is 2
Yes.
after it, yeah.
Yeah, so I was like, I feel like it's just 2 out, but yeah, okay. No, because I just needed to know what I've got left.
Yep, cool. It's very important.
Oh.
Yep.
It's like, quickly scroll. I think you've missed one.
How so? Okay. Go for it.
Oh, this is going to have to be massive.
It won't be, but it.
Hi, it is Lockhart's literal wheelhouse, so it's not often he lies to himself.
Oh, yes.
And this actually feels like the sort of the spirit, because it has to be an obvious lie.
Mhm. Yeah, undermining someone that meticulously has been counting seemed like the perfect use of grand deception. They were like, "No, you miscounted."
Yeah, because you're like they would be so confident in what they're.
Mm-hmm.
You're like,
But they're confident enough to have this moment with Lockhart, right? Like the arrogance of that alone.
I'm just trying to work out how much effort I can put into this.
How much intellect do you have left?
I have 8, so it costs 3, which means I've got 5 to play with.
Mhm.
My first
Effort is
2
3.
levels of 3.
are free, so I could put another 2 in and have 1 left.
Until computer says no.
And I bring out my textbook to show him.
Oh,
no!
Well. Well.
I'm gonna say it. Take my effort.
Yeah, do you want an
Take my
XP?
XP.
I know the answer to that.
To you.
Yeah, it's always worth off.
I think this
I
is
normally
where
wouldn't offer, but
the luck runs out.
So you're taking the intrusion.
It feels, you've got to get the swing. You got the crit success
Do it.
to the crit fail. So,
What to a total?
oh, that's true. So
that's
it's
true. Yeah.
it's 6 times 3, which is 18 plus 1, which is 19.
Still not a bad roll, right? So, you have it with, obviously, you've missed one. That's obviously your grand deception, I'm assuming, unless you're adding to that dialogue.
No, but I realised it was a poor choice of words because he says he's just got 1 to go. I think we know what he means, but Lockhart meant, though.
You meant,
I think
you've got
works.
2 to go, basically, is what you're trying to imply. Like, you're trying to throw him off because you're saying you've missed 1, you've not only got 1 left. Yeah, no, that's what I'd assumed. Not just that you're telling him what he already knows and trying to bamboozle him. Yes.
Lockhart was just kind of really trying not to play the game. So it was just trying to really throw him off. So
Yeah.
didn't work.
Like,
But
he's trying to play chess and you're tipping the table. Yeah, no, I get it. So do you want to take an XP and give somebody else in the team an XP? Oh, sorry, that's what I'm intruding. I'm mixing my own intrusions up.
I'd love to take next.
Yeah, I know, right? It's because I'm so used to not doing intrusions myself, because often these are so kind and give me them. But it's been a wee while.
You say use.
I mean,
Can you
Yeah.
double intrude?
yeah, why not?
Can the intrusion have an intrusion?
I mean, I think it just did, but only it was a failing on my part, the intrusion. But yes, no, sorry, for these ones that roll naturally you can pay off with XP, but the ones I specifically put, that's when you get XP and give 1 to a roll. Yeah. It's been a while since that's come up. A whole year. So, yeah. I think there's just more laughter in response to your kind of attempt at it. And said, it seems like I was wrong to think so highly. Perhaps.
I think that is what I said.
And again, that annoyance of being interrupted, like, kind of flashes. He doesn't seem shy about hiding how he feels, like, on his face. And he says, yes, that crude tongue of yours, failing you. Don't worry, Lockhart, you are not the one who is left. But this has bought me enough time to reach them. Thank you. And then they fade away. And then obviously everybody else sees Lockhart has just turned like on the spot and is looking the other way, holding the dagger in his hand. And then obviously you've got the bustle of people around you again, Lockhart.
I mean, Lockhart.
So you're on 1 intellect now? Is that what?
Is on 1 intellect, yes.
So, like, there's probably that feeling of, like, proper mental exhaustion, right? Creeping in.
Yeah, probably will, like, collapse to the ground. We'll look up to see if Katie's there or not.
You're facing away from them, so if you're collapsing to the ground, I guess you're pivoting.
Yeah.
Yeah. You look over, and Katie's still on the wall, pinned. Yeah.
Then... We'll essentially down the route, and I can't remember their name.
Sure.
But sorry,
I said okay, but like whose name? And that's a difficult thing to answer. But
the wayward one.
Keenan.
Yeah.
I just thought that too.
Yeah.
We think he's a Barlen.
So that, so we'll point down the lane thing. He's after the one remaining. Probably look at Nori and be like, he was here. Keenan, I think someone needs to go. And then we'll probably look back at Katie and try and help him again, I guess. Taking out the knife will and draw it over to draw some blood to try and...
So, as you try and pull out the kind of what is essentially a very fancy silver stake looking thing that's again about a foot and a half long, as soon as you touch that, it vanishes and Katie falls. As if even the blade itself had been an illusion, but the wound isn't.
Well, yeah, we'll try and put blood through the blade into him.
Yeah, it kind of looks more see, almost as if you would pin a tent or something down, like a piton type thing. It looks like this person's been using silver pitons to have made the wounds in these people. Seems to be the weapon of choice, rather than a specific blade.
I was saying Lockhart's blade. I mean,
no, I know you're meaning that. I'm just describing in general, for the group. That seems to be what this particular person. So very unusual weapon, obviously, and obviously a very unusual way of killing specifically. But yeah, and obviously you want to draw some blood and try and give it to Katie. Cool. Do you want to take some damage for that for me?
I mean, 10.
Sure. Yeah. Yep. What does that leave you on?
1.
Yep. Yep. What's everybody else doing now that you can kind of observe a lot more that's happening? You've got your 9 people rounded up. Falkwin's probably keeping an eye on all 9 of them.
What did I see when Lockhart the thing happened?
Yeah, so for everybody else, Lockhart obviously didn't help with the 9, went to help with Katie, stood in the middle, drew his dagger to as if he said he was going to draw blood, but obviously he didn't necessarily transmit that to everybody, and then he stopped. But obviously everybody else was busy doing stuff, so Falkwin would have just seen the back of Lockhart, I guess, and you'd have been busy keeping an eye on Lockhart and the group. Then Lockhart turns round on the spot, probably near misses you with a psychic wave, that hits the back of the cave itself, and then falls to his knees. It's pretty much what everybody else saw. So very odd behaviour.
So I'm going to run up and check on Lockhart, make sure he's doing okay.
Yeah, so that kind of happened, obviously, as Lockhart then tried to get back up onto his feet and has went and touched the blade that's pinned Katie to the wall. That's vanished. Katie's fell. He's then just immediately cut himself. Did you exchange words, Falkwin and Lockhart, when he came to help? Did Falkwin? Because I know that Lockhart seems to be quite quiet.
What was this? What happened?
Lockhart, that's for you.
Yeah, no, sorry. So, I think as he's cutting a Lockhart was saying, it was here. I think this was a distraction to lure us away. The piercer is going after. It reckons it was just one more Barlen. It will have been. It must have been Keen. I think someone needs to go and try.
I'm going to try and message Keenan.
Okay.
I'm going to give it a go. He's ignored all my check statuses, but I'm going to try and add a sense of urgency. I'm going to telepathically tell Dig right before I do it, and if she's the murderer, oh well. We found KT and the 9. That we think the murderer is after Keenan. Has there been any sign of him? And then I'm going to immediately use my ring to try and message him. So I will go.
So obviously, Dig panically replies, Kanan? What? No. Everything you'd imagine, like, that you would get back from her.
I will message Keenan and I will try as much as I can to psychic connection that's not necessarily my own. Go, you are in danger. Please tell us where you are. I don't know how you can do that. I will message you. Give us some kind of sign. You are in danger. Is what I'm going to say.
Cool, yep. And
I'll give you my D10
Yes,
roll.
thank you. Not bad, not bad, yep. So yeah, your message goes off. And obviously, there isn't necessarily a response anytime soon.
Do I feel like it went somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't feel like it was blocked. Yeah.
I'm going to try and check his status.
Okay.
In an attempt to be like, I was like, tell us where you are. This might be a way he could do that.
Okay. So you're going to check his status? Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Dead.
Great. I let everybody know. Shit.
Well, at least we have these ones safe.
Myr'ra doesn't look like that comforter, but yes.
Is Katie alive? Have we checked that yet?
So Lockheart's poured a lot of Lockheart's blood into Katie currently. Like, Lockhart took 10 damage to do that. So currently Lockhart is really looking quite peaky. Yeah, trying to maintain that. Yeah, after a very, very long and very dramatically appropriate length of time, there is a cough from Katie. Covered in blood, obviously, from Lockhart. Lockhart's probably quite covered in blood as well. Probably still cradling him on the ground, and then that kind of blinking of the the eyes, and then focusing on you, Lockhart, and saying, "Is it morning already?" Very pained voice though, like
and I think seems very far from dawn, I'm afraid.
Good. Just like pats you somewhere, like just like closes his eyes again, and then like starts to like feel around like the wound. It's still very much there, and kind of like awkwardly like touching at it, and stops. And goes, "Oh, was there some trouble through the night?"
Trouble seems to have a way of finding us.
Specifically you.
Well,
it chased after you in particular this time, sir.
And then he kind of like blinks and like leans his head back and looks at you upside down and goes, "Oh, you all came. How touching. Could you help stand me up?"
Myr'ra will come across him.
Yeah, I'll
She's got
go.
a healing kit, and she looks concerned about whether she's trying to use it on KT or Lockhart.
Like, yeah, I don't know how to answer that actually at this point.
I as well.
Yeah.
I can. So if Lockhart has any rests, like an action rest or something to spend, I can give you a buff that I forgot I had.
Not bad, not bad.
That I should have maybe remembered earlier when we were doing
That
rests.
might be quite good for KT.
It's not valid for KT, unfortunately.
So
Only
your
for
fair flex
PCs.
feels like it would help. Okay.
Yeah, so you help KT kind of like to their feet. They seem like probably less shaky than they probably should seem, given that they've been stabbed through the heart.
He's a Time Lord. He's got 3 of them. 2 of them? I forget my doctor.
I think 2. And he like
Who has 3?
starts
Is that a
to
Greek myth?
he starts to cover up his wounds, like readjusting his outfit a bit to almost like make it look slightly less like he's just been gouged. So that was quite inconvenient. Looks down at his outfit. Says, No matter, it seems like Lockhart's come to my rescue once again with the aid of all of you. You have my thanks. Again. Kind of like, nods kind of sheepishly for KT. Like, you can tell very obviously they're putting on a very brave face. Given that they did look like they were dead 2 seconds ago. Like, it's kind of weird that they're this okay.
I think we need to keep moving.
Are we still in danger?
I think you might be, but I think we should get back to the others. Have any of the 9 had their hoods taken off?
I mean, I assumed he's untied and unblindfolded them. So,
Yeah.
I think Lockhart, still lying on the floor, will look at them and say speak plainly. This is not the time for guarded words or any of you Barlan.
And Katie kind of cocks their head at hearing obviously that piece of information. And then the other 9, very panicked, obviously, at everything they've just witnessed, because you've just essentially run up to a dead person, bled all over them, and now they're talking. So, a bit weird. Obviously, not all of them answer quite quickly, but they all kind of look awkwardly between each other and no, and various responses to the negative. Yeah, so none of them seem to be Barlin.
Yeah, it was the assumption, but we just wanted to make sure. We need to get back to the others.
Katie starts dusting themselves off, and you can kind of tell that they seem to be fairly well on the way to mending.
Just by the way, to Falkwin, I can't use that at the moment. So just before, in case you'd spent the.
Oh, it's free. That's fine.
Good.
I will use a healing kit on Lockhart.
Lockhart is very. But
I also feel like KT feels like he needs other things to heal.
Yeah,
and my little healing kit's probably not the one.
Yeah, I don't know.
Chris, do you want to try speaking? No, we cannot hear you unless you're super duper quiet. It's your just unplug your headset, plug it back in, and see if that just does an immediate fix for some hope. We'll see what happens. No. Make the most of it. Use as much profanity now. We'll see what we can get back from Nori in the meantime. You were saying?
I just don't think we've got the time. I think we've got to go.
I think as you all look a bit panicked and stuff, Katie says, I will ensure that Lockhart makes it back to the group if the rest of you have other places to be.
Have I let people know that Keenan's dead?
Not yet, I don't think.
If I haven't, this might be the time to be like, I think we might have already lost Keenan. I sent him a message. It seemed to work, and then I checked his status, and he's not with us.
You just hear Katie going, well, good.
Oh yeah, he was mad at him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But you can see that Katie catches themselves and I mean purely for if the killer thinks they are complete here, perhaps they have moved on. You can tell he also means he really didn't like Keenan.
Yeah. I still think we should. You're right. We should get back to the group. I will message Dig again.
And like Katie like reiterates, like, again, I will make sure that you're all informed if we require assistance, but we will work our way back to the caravan ourselves. Now let's see if I can mend Lockheart along the way.
You want me to leave? I can leave my healing kit.
Okay, looks at it and goes, you may need that where you're going.
Okay.
Hear me yet?
Yeah!
Yay!
What does Nori do?
I don't know. I missed all of that. But anyway, yes. I don't know whether you got my message.
yeah, I did have seen that, yep.
First of all, would we... Yeah, you done that? Okay.
Yep. Yep. So when you hand Katie like the shirt, he looks at you quite like obviously appreciative, but by the time you look down at the wound, like even the shirt and like outfit and stuff seems to be repaired, like as if that's already patched in. And he goes, am I to keep this as a memento of our friendship, Master Nori, or would you like it back?
Oh, cheers if you wish it.
Yes, I think I would quite like this.
We'll nod, and I will join the others in what they're doing.
Yeah, so
Maybe.
Katie said that he was going to stay with Lockheart and make sure he gets back because he's pretty fucked, and everybody else is going to try and run to the rest of the group in case, you know, Keenan isn't the only one. Okay, so you all start heading off.
I don't think that would be a good idea.
We take the 9 with us?
Yep, I assume so. So what's that, Nori? What's your plan then? What do you
I
see?
really don't think leaving KT alone because he's just going to get attacked again if he was a target. The guy's going to come back for him.
That's if the guy knows he's still alive. He did look pretty dead.
My antitrust radar is going.
I think it's a valid
Keenan's
point.
gone. If Keenan's gone and he still thinks he could sense Keenan, obviously. I'm gonna have some way of knowing that there's still a Barlen in this cave.
It's up to you guys.
I mean, I
I
think
I'll stay behind.
yeah, I don't know if it's worth splitting us up because I think, as you say, if he is coming for KT,
More of us being around is probably better.
he's probably he might try and do it again where he splits us off, tries a distraction, because he probably is willing to kill non-Barlen to also get Barlen, maybe. Although he hasn't yet, actually. I think we've got to... It'd be so crass to ask KT if he is a Barlen, though.
I mean, given the context, it might be forgivable.
We can,
right?
we can at least tell KT that he is out to kill Barlan specifically, and then let KT make whatever entrances from that he wants.
You've also hinted at that by just that conversation KT was in the room for 2 seconds ago, right? So, like, KT did cock their head because you mentioned Barlen. Out yourselves now.
I think Lockhart will just say to KT, he's after all the Barlen in this group. And I told him that he'd missed one. And I'll look right at him.
And he kind of raises an eyebrow and goes, was this before or after I was dead?
Difficult to be sure.
Kind of just smirks a little bit at that, but kind of not enough to be like, you know, that is funny, but I'm not comfortable enough to make it, you know, seem casual. And then Katie says, perhaps we should have a chat in private. Maybe we should hang back. What he means by that is obviously following the group, but finding a private moment.
Well, we need to get moving, so...
Yes, I believe we're up 9 refugees.
Woo!
Lockhart will stand up, put the knife into his sheath in his robes, and say to himself fairly quietly, "It's like, did tell you missed one, you bastard."
So you get a phone call. What's that? What did I do? Who did I miss? But yes. So is everyone helping shepherd these people back to the main group? Obviously, if you want to move at speed, Lockhart can't move at speed. So that is entirely up to you.
You say that, but speed is the worst. That's Lockhart. Whole 11 out of 11.
Yeah. So you start making your way back towards the group. Lockhart, are you going to try and make a moment for you and Katie to have some chant?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. If we can do it, just out of earshot, maybe not out of sight shot, would be nice. But
yeah, well, I mean, I suppose someone could hang back in the group. You could be in the middle bit, and then obviously a lot of people could be up front.
Yeah, I imagine I'm behind them.
Yeah. So.
And when the amulet's broken, it still works as a torch. Or the ring, sorry.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I was like, the amulet? You said you would never speak of the amulet. But yeah, so when you and Katie have that kind of slightly out of earshot moment from people, he says, yes, regarding my status, I am in fact a Barlen. It's not something I like to discuss. I find it gets the wrong kind of attention.
And I don't think there's any reason for it to be a widely discussed topic.
Good. There's a very different tone to Katie when discussing being a Barlen. There is a lot of kind of melancholy in that tone to Katie being a Barlen.
But it puts a target on you.
And through me, it seems.
If the rest of us were not a factor, would you have a way of leaving the cave post-haste?
You mean abandon you all?
I mean, secure a safe forward position for us. We will.
He laughs. So I'm going to remind Lockhart that Katie teleported you all to Voros from the mountaintops.
Yes. Well, yes, that was, and when Katie got himself to Voros. So that was in Lockhart's mind. So it was just trying to
Dagda Kithair, but yeah, yep, Dwarven sitting on top of the mountain. But yeah, so you know that Katie can move themselves around. Are you asking if he's capable of it now?
Yeah.
And yeah, so if Katie is smart enough to have inferred that, I guess, and he says, I would feel terribly about abandoning you all, but I understand my presence may in fact elicit danger. Is this where we part ways? I feel like I've given these people my word also. As the Count of Voros, it would be irresponsible of me to not see this through.
It will be seen through when they reach Voros. And your heralding their arrival might be their best chance.
Yes, but being seen, marching them through the gates by the people of Voros would look very kindly upon a new sitting count. People of Voros are not so familiar with me and my charm.
Then perhaps you need not reach Voros itself, but, well, to be plain, I guess you are in danger, potentially whether you're here or not.
It's whether or not my danger is warranted to include yourselves. I don't believe this killer has the capability of ending my life. Not if my deal holds true.
Are you willing to bet your life on that?
I think I just have. Like vaguely looks back over his shoulder. Tell the dead. So yes.
I cannot make you go, I cannot make you stay. This is your decision.
I feel like you would be safer with me here. If not from the killer, but from everything else. But I will not stay where I'm not welcome. Perhaps you should discuss this with your friends.
I was about to say, like, player intrusion. Yeah,
player agency moment. Have fun. Yeah.
Yeah. What's the feeling?
Player agency or in-game chat?
I was going to say, it could technically be happening telepathically if you want.
Yeah. May as well have it telepathically, right? I think it's probably more productive to have it telepathically.
Nori's response is simple. KT has just become the bait.
That had crossed my mind as well.
I think Myr'ra would want to make sure you let Katie know that he's always welcome. But he should do what he needs to feel safe.
I just worry Katie is not at his peak at the moment. Maybe you can recover that a bit with some snackage. Lockheart is also not as much help as Lockheart is in these sort of situations, but would be even less so.
You say that, but Lockheart has specifically outed this person twice. So, mind to mind, Lockhart's been quite useful in that front.
Yeah, they weren't the one. You were the only one that they saw as a threat.
Which Lockheart did disagree with, and still does. If only to shift attention away from him.
There's more ways to damage someone than by the blade.
I say Falkwin as well hasn't played much of a role, and I don't know if Falkwin's total skills in this, but he's still a speaker.
Definitely not the same type.
No, I get that, but still.
Well, yeah, my point was just that if we were going the bait route, likely it would be before Lockheart or
KT is back at.
We're back at, yeah.
Okay.
KT doesn't look as bad as they did when they turned into all those bats. I will say that, like, KT...
Okay.
Like, KT doesn't look like they should be able to be just walking around as easy as they are. Like, they have seemingly not just been stabbed and pinned to a wall overnight. Whereas when they turned into a lot of bats and then obviously reconstituted themselves, they were out for like, what, a day?
Mm-hmm.
And a bit.
Yeah, in a bit, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so KT plus Lockheart are the bait. That's all. That's about all Lockheart.
But I mean, don't estimate what KT said. He doesn't believe that guy can kill him. So,
Falkwin's definitely all for using KT as the bait, especially if KT seems confident in not dying because of it.
Now, KT did seem to say if his deal holds true, he doesn't think that guy can kill him.
Plus, KT is now aware of what we're dealing with.
Exactly. I mean, yes, overpowering KT enough to do that to KT should be a concern to you all.
Yes.
But KT also was unaware and also very sleepy.
Mm-hmm.
But that would still mean they were able to be pinned to the wall.
Trapped twice.
Yeah.
The last 24 hours.
Oh yeah, their ego is not doing well. Their ego stat is very low. And then you're trying to convince them to leave the group for the sake of safety. His ego stat's too low for that.
It also might be our only chance of solving this with it, because at the moment we'd be going back to just go, you can't take Barlen on the refugee path anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's our other. It feels like we should have one more go at least at rooting out this heart piercer.
Keep in mind, you've still got your little gift from Margot as well.
And
And
I think Myr'ra
your
would
gift
bring
from
that up
Brandon L. She gave you the ring.
I know. That ring stresses me out.
Yeah.
We can throw a bee at it as well.
Yes. And you've got
So
Posey.
true. Immortal bee.
Mm-hmm.
She could win everything.
You could make KT
I will
the
throw that
immortal
out.
bee.
True. That yes, Margot gave us a teleport to the royal chambers. We probably should warn her about before we use. But that could be a yoink for KT if we needed to get him out quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So that's there as like a rip cord.
So what is the current
The conversation between Falkwin and KT about KT becoming bait. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think that will be quite straightforward, actually. But I think we are in accord then.
Yeah, it sounds like everyone's happy to put KT up for bait. Yeah.
So, it seems this knave seeks your head, Count. Shall we let him try and then kill him?
And you think we could lure him out?
He wants you.
He wanted me. Am I particularly eager to flaunt my continued existence in front of him? Perhaps not. But my concern would be that he was able to do this to me without, I'm quite embarrassed to admit, much resistance from myself.
You were unsuspecting, no? Perhaps he possesses a specific set of skills that let him take people unawares like this. But we're ready for him now.
Are we now? When Kitty grins like almost predatorily and says, I'm not even sure you're not him. So I don't think we wish to rely on my suspicions. He was able to fool us since long before we met this group. Think about it, Falkwin. 3 groups assembled to form this refugee caravan. 3. My beliefs are that that 3rd group were not a group.
They were always an illusion.
He just nods once to you, Nori. How better than to ingratiate yourself with refugees than posing as a bunch of desperate ones? Seems he's very capable of maintaining. He kind of stops himself, saying too much, because he's looking around, just making sure no one else is obviously overhearing the conversation between you guys.
How do we break an illusion?
It's a
So
bit
powerful that 50 odd people are convinced that they're real.
Have we ensured everyone with us is real?
We all look towards the 9.
Yeah.
My senses have been filled far too easily for my own comfort in this matter, and yet Lockheart wishes me to remove myself from the situation for my own safety, as if I'd be so arrogant as to leave him in his hour of need.
Can Lockhart have just a quick mind check on the one of the 9?
Which one of the 9?
The closest one.
Okay. You want to try and mind read. So, through quite a lot of fatigue mentally on Lockhart's part. Yeah, you're reading exactly what you'd expect to read from someone probably quite scared, tired and angry.
Do you want me to roll? I didn't actually roll there.
No. I don't need another intrusion for free.
Then Lockhart will sort of. It seems that they are. Well, I think we can have some certainty of people being who they say they are, to a point. We can rule out various.
I don't think we're going to entrap this killer. They have been operating for 8 decades unimpeded. What do you have that can trap them? Unfortunately, dear Keenan, and the venom that he says that name with, would in fact have been our best asset, given their gifts.
Would that trap still work if we redrew the symbol that I raised?
I mean, look, Katie just shakes his head. That was Keenan's gift, it seems.
This piercer's greatest gift so far has been anonymity and lack of understanding on our part. Should we not be the ones to end it, we should not allow any knowledge we have gained to be lost. It might be prudent to send some messages and we'll raise, and I like to think, that it's like is dimmer, the messaging ring when it's out of charge. But perhaps to the Arcanatrix, or just so that some people of Denk or Queen Margot are aware.
Yeah, that's a good call. Are we? I know. To be fair, American said. Katie, are you okay with being linked with us telepathically, so we can talk secretly?
Katie smirks a little and goes, "I thought you'd never ask."
Amazing. I link him into the telepathic loop, and then pass out the. So, do we still think the people with no thought are illusions, and that's how the killer knows what's going on in the group?
It's still an unresolved issue. So, if they're not illusions, they are likely something of an ill device of theirs.
And if Katie's theory of the whole third group was an illusion, do we know how many people were in that third group? Was it roughly kind of 10 to 12-ish?
I think that was discussed way back at the start when you spoke to Dick the first time. Let's assume the numbers probably work out pretty bang on.
Yeah, for the amount of weird, no thought people. Okay. Well, I think we know not necessarily who the killer is, but who is at least enthralled to. Who we definitely don't trust.
Do you know when Dig arrived?
The first group is what you gained because you when you went through everything. But it was Dig that told you that. In the interest of transparency, it was Dig that used everybody voted Dig to be. Nobody disagreed that Dig hadn't been there first.
But an illusion magic.
And we know, given that Lockhart's 31 and 34 seem to indicate a high level of this opponent.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't preclude anything much lower, obviously, but just let you know that they're somewhere in that spectrum. Big magic, I believe we discussed.
Yes. Capital B, capital M.
So yes.
Okay.
What is the plan?
Oh.
Okay, what resources do you have? What plan can you form with those resources? And how much of it is splitting your focus from just getting people out of this cave system?
Quiet. I can become a giant crow.
Mhm.
I can scan for magic. I can hover. I have lore of the underworld as trained, so if there's things that we need to know, I might be able to think them up.
I can encourage violence and cause large explosions.
Okay,
Okay,
those are very
okay.
good things to have.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like it.
Fiery bits and hit things. That's what I can do. Do you think there's anything in Posey's book? Or we could ask Posey.
Well, yeah.
Didn't we mail Posey back to the Archivatrix already?
Not yet,
No, I
to
think-
my knowledge.
No,
Not yet.
She's still there.
Is she still with us? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Mortal Bee.
Okay.
You've still
No,
got-
she's not in the jar. I don't.
Not in the
unless
jar
she wants to
anymore.
be.
It was just like chilling on people's shoulders and stuff.
So I think that was part of the agreement, was that she could.
Didn't want to
Around.
be in a jar.
Technically, people have been
Just-
rotating her out
Yeah.
throughout, these few days. We've just kind of ignored her because she's not been relevant until you guys decide she is. But your plan is to get her to the Arcanatrix with the hope somebody can fix that situation.
Yeah.
It'd be very weird if you just teleported a bee to the Royal Dwarven Corps.
Yeah.
It's like, just send the one bee. Nothing. That's it.
Is Posey a Barlow?
With a message tied to her
Just a
ankle.
wizard. Yeah.
It seemed unlikely that Posey was a Barlen, considering how little she seemed to know about any of the adventure she was about to undertake.
Yeah. Oh.
Also, given that if she was able to make a deal, she'd maybe just have made the deal to have solved the problem she was working on magically. Most likely. Not to say that she's smart. She might not have thought of that. But if you're smart enough to get to Sin, to meet the devils, you're probably smart enough to work out roughly what you kind of want to ask them for. Looks at the entire volume of Falgain monsters running around Kildare. Maybe not.
Oh.
Okay, so you've got back to the group, obviously, because we've got no immediate plans surfacing, and you are carrying on the caravan, since everybody has had a rest, except now Lockhart, who needs a lot more rest.
Can we put Lockhart back on Biscuits the horse?
Yeah.
So he can rest. Because if someone else is leading the horse,
Yeah, Katie
then
will
that
lead
would
the horse.
hopefully count. Nice.
Can are there any soft animals and or other
Comfort
yes.
based
no, recovery
Yes.
things? By the way,
There you go. Small ditto creature becomes whatever you find comforting.
and Falcon can do his thing as well.
If you're making a recovery roll, then you can take a +2 to it.
And then +1 for me. So +3.
Nice.
Woo!
Not bad.
yeah, put one into bite.
You could probably do your hour as well,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
as long as we don't do any planning in the next hour.
I'm going to assume not. And that people are moving forward, yeah.
We check in with the lads.
Getting 17 back's not terrible though. Like, considering your expenditure. Like, yeah. Did that all go back to intellect, or did you put some in might?
Currently, I've done the first 7, first 10, wish I put 1 into might and the rest. I feel like its intellect is, you know, that. Yeah.
I'm evidently getting quite tired. It took me far too long to confirm in my head that yes, 7 plus 4 plus 3 plus 3 is 17.
That's okay.
I feel like people on those fun math things of like, how did you do it? Did you add the 3 separately? Did you add them together? Did you add them as 3? Yeah.
I did 7 plus 3 was 10, and then 4 plus 3 was 7, and I did that together for the 17s, the way my brain took me. But that's interesting. Yeah, there's multiple routes to that. But anyway, now that Lockheart's feeling a tiny bit better, what's the bloody plan? Are we just going to try and get people through this tunnel, or are we going to try and set some kind of honey trap?
First of all,
way to put it.
do we deal with the blanks?
Oh, that's probably a good start. What are
That's what I was thinking.
What are you doing with the 8 blank people?
We're pretty sure they're not real people. So it's not murder.
Did you just say it's not murder?
Are they doing like, are they causing any, like, now?
The problem is they
again
currently eyes on those have already seen Katie.
Yeah, I was about to say we should have
like we've already.
Yeah, that's very true.
So you get a report from obviously the 3 elven maidens and the 4 lads, and they say that things have obviously people have moved on fine. Nobody's like obviously digged as well. Like everybody's moving along. Nobody's panicked. Nobody's caused trouble. Obviously people are still gossiping and murmuring and stuff, but you know it's been surprisingly quiet, worryingly quiet.
Do we just so an assumption is that the piercer can see or is getting information from any one of these, potentially them all at the same time. So I feel like if we go for one, it'll just tip him off more. So do we not have to go for them all at the same time?
But is that not the trap?
Is that not? Yeah.
Katie goes up to them and just says, "Miss me." If that's what we
Remember
believe.
to separate those 8 from everybody else, otherwise we will cause panic.
So we just get 8 people. We've got the 4 of us plus the lads, and just blindfold them all at the same time.
What you meant was 4 of yous is what I heard you say, not 4 of us. 4 of yous.
It's true. And it just, if it cuts off their eyes and ears, it gives us a bit more breathing space, I feel like.
Or it immediately summons them.
Yes.
I think either way, you need to decide, are you separating the 8 blanks? Are you even checking to see if they're still blank?
Yeah, I guess we can...
Yeah, we should do that.
It's not really murder, they're not really people.
They're not illusions, it is murder.
If they're blindfolded and they just accidentally walk into those beastie things down at the end of that corridor,
It's
is that our
only
fault?
manslaughter.
Just blindfold them, spin them around a few times, and like.
You go that way.
So,
well, we can check that they're still blank. Lockheart can try and hear anything from the...
Okay. So, you single out one of the ones you've identified as one of the 8. You gonna try and read their mind?
Yeah.
Go for it. And we shall see what happens. Do 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 do.
I somehow haven't given that one a button.
Foolish Lockhart.
So it'll be intellect roll, but it's costing 2.
Okay.
1 level of effort in.
Okay.
Just to keep the whole thing free.
Hey!
Ow.
That would have refunded your points
Where was
back. Yep.
So that's a total of 23.
Yep. Yeah, again, the same worries and concerns everybody else seems to have in the group that you pick up on.
They've gone because they thought they'd achieved.
Do we need to do another count?
We probably should. That is a good call.
That's very good.
Yeah.
Right, you
How
want
many should we have?
to count the numbers that you have currently got? You have 6.
Because we had
I think we should have 67.
and then 58, sorry, and then we had those 9
plus Chloe.
back.
So you had
Yeah, we should have
58, and then you got 59 because you returned Chloe, and then
Yeah.
you found 9 additional people.
Yeah.
68.
68 people.
And currently you have counted 68 people.
Okay. Oh. Okay, now it's definitely murder. We shouldn't kill them.
Murder.
Myr'ra.
But does that mean they weren't illusions? They were just like thralls? Were they being
Or there was just illusion magic on them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were real people.
Like an
but they
illusion
made them
shower
look
cap.
blank.
Yeah. Oh.
Or they're blank while they're being controlled. Maybe they're not blank all that. I don't know.
Well, think about it this way. What do you know about the killers so far, right? Of their methodology, right? They're patient,
Weird.
observant, and like misdirection, etc. Like, you know. And then they watched you guys talk to each other psychically in a room for a long time. And then you discovered there was some blank people in there. It's almost like
Oh. Yeah, that's a giveaway when there's psychic people. So it doesn't mean they're not illusions. It just means they're better.
Yeah.
Cat, we made them better.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but not for a roll of 20.
Right.
so.
20 shouldn't be defeated.
Oh, it's not the top of the difficulty chart in this game though.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Lockhart's rolled more than 20 on a very low rolls before.
Yeah.
So, having discovered the 8 people are in fact being read, what is the current plan with the caravan?
I think essentially we need to misdirect him. We have to convince him of. Obviously, he knows he's still got one to go, most likely. Do we try and disguise who it is?
So you don't believe when he said he has one to go that he was talking about Keenan?
No, but now Katie's back.
Yes, but that's you assuming he knows that.
Yes.
Yes. Cool. Just so I'm tracking what your current thought processes are with this clusterfuck mystery. Yep.
So, yeah, he thought Keenan was his last one. He got him. And now he might. It's possible that he doesn't know. It seems unlikely.
Yeah, it's safer to assume that he does
Yes.
know.
Yeah.
And if we keep going to the end of the tunnel and we leave the tunnel and we've still got Katie, then I'll take it. But assuming that he does know that Katie is still there, he's probably going to try again. We want to try and get there we want to stop that. We do know that he can essentially, he probably could take him without us knowing. Can someone just hold on to KT?
He is now psychically linked, and I will re-up that in every 24 hours as I need to. I might not put all of the maidens back in.
Would KT consent to becoming a bee?
An immortal bee.
An immortal bee?
An alleged immortal
Yeah, I was
bee.
thinking about that.
He does already believe he's immortal, that's true.
Well, he believes
But
that
it
this guy
also-
can't kill him.
Yeah.
Right, yes.
If
That's
he is a
that's
bee,
distinction.
the bait thing maybe goes away. Maybe the killer doesn't want to kill an immortal bee.
These are amazing lines, though, aren't they? Like, maybe the killer doesn't want to kill an immortal bee.
It's not on his wish list.
A bee Len.
I don't know if Katie would like want to be turned into a bee. I think he'd just be like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd be good for that.
It doesn't feel like the vibe, does it?
No.
It would be
It's a
funny though.
peacock, sure.
yeah. That's great.
Yep.
Yeah.
No.
A bee? Oh.
No, but
Okay.
it could be an option.
They're going to make some sort of an attack on KT. It's how do we
Yeah.
stop him?
Make sure.
Yeah, how do we make sure that KT isn't taken again without us knowing? Because we know they can do that. Sort of, if we're just in amongst each other.
We
That's
do
not
need to put some like toddler reins on him or something. don't we?
Put a leash on him.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd hate that.
Just taking my vampire bat for a walk, don't mind.
Yeah. Just normal things.
Mhm.
We almost want like, or if Katie does get taken, we all get taken as well.
Oh dear. I think if this was an in-character conversation, which clearly it was, as we telepathically back and forth things and ideas, I think Katie does then suggest perhaps it is more fitting if I return to Voros and make preparations for the 6 to 8 we have saved. It does seem like my presence here is quite complicating matters.
But then, what if they come after you there, and we're not there to help?
I kind of like, he looks at you fondly and he says, while I appreciate the concern, as I have confided in my dear friend Lockhart, I don't believe he has the capability to kill me. Which is a bold thing for someone who's just been killed by him to say.
You were pinned to a wall.
Because obviously,
He's not there at the moment.
because obviously he's just saying that fresh to all of you. He did obviously add the extra context with Lockhart privately about if his deal holds true, etc., etc. But he obviously isn't saying that to you guys. He's mostly just saying this guy can't kill me, which is incredibly arrogant. Like, this guy has bamboozled KT quite effectively and pinned him to a wall, and you've seen what KT can do. So,
But it didn't kill him.
well, it seemingly killed him.
But he didn't die.
He did not die.
He got better.
He did in fact get better.
I count someone who didn't die as having not been killed.
Yes. It's a good distinction. But they died enough to convince the killer.
Oh.
And you are giving this killer a lot of perception points in your assumption of them, so don't dismiss that so quickly. So,
I don't think Nori's sitting there listening to this, all this going back and forward and thinking, just want to kill him. This is not any shade of grey in this. I'm there to kill this person now. I know we're here for the refugees, but now I know he's in these tunnels.
I think KT responds to that and says, yes, I know more than you. I know more than yourself. Also wish this creature dead. However, I don't necessarily believe that they would hang around these tunnels unless they had reason to. And they thought me dead. Hence why
At
I
the very-
believe it's safe for me to stay and escort these people back to Voros. Then, Vulcan, what were we going to say?
I actually agree. At the end of the day, we have 9 vulnerable potential targets here that it would be best to remove from the situation. I'm assuming they're Barlan as well.
No, because
not?
they were
No,
asked.
right.
See, back in the cave area
Ah.
where he was pinned on the wall, Lockhart did say, like, enough of the bullshit, just tell us now, or use Barlen. And that's what gave Katie's first clue as to, that must be important, otherwise why would he ask that? And everyone was like, sheepishly said, no, none of us are Barlen. So
currently
Right.
we believe there are, apart from KT, there are no other Barlen in this group.
that is the
Is our
current assumption.
understanding. We think Keenan was the last one.
Yep.
And he is dead.
Yes.
Take it we haven't got to his body yet.
Not yet. Probably not far off, to be fair. But
We are probably keeping an eye out for that. Yeah.
these are probably where you found Chloe by this point, though. And then another bit of travelling again, you'll get to that 5-way split.
Is it a case of I look at Nori and you're not going to like what I'm about to say. Unless if Katie's right and then the murder isn't here anymore, then maybe it's best if we do as safely and quickly as possible, get these refugees out, and at least we know who the targets are.
Yeah. He may have slipped through our fingers this time.
But we know more. We could try again.
Yeah, he may have slipped through our fingers this time. If he does indeed already believe Katie to be dead, then there's no reason for him to stick around here.
Do we care that the Barlen will always be under this threat if they try to leave the city, come through the tunnels? Do we care? Because it can never happen again. The heart has killed Barlen all over Denk. From what we know, my father and others. So no Barlen can come from.
Myr'ra would be under the impression that there are Barlen all over the shop. This just seems to be the latest hunting ground. I suppose a collection of easy targets that people are maybe not elsewhere.
And keep in mind the little support that can be provided to this area, right? Because obviously they don't want to draw attention to it. So yeah, it is probably quite an easy hunting ground for someone that wants to off Barlen. They might even have been the one that helped propagate its knowledge.
The next question is he being sent? Barlen that are allowed to travel. KT, how did you get your role? Were you allowed to leave to take up your positions that you've had in Denk? Or did you just get up and wander away?
Katie looks a bit uncomfortable with that question and says, are we such close friends that it is information you feel privy to?
Oh, not in the slightest, but why was my father killed? I will never get that answer.
He gives you a look and he stops you speaking at that point, like puts like a hand on you, like your shoulder or whatever, and goes, I am quite committed to helping you find those answers, because they concern me also.
So, in my mind, there is a clue. Did my father leave with permission? I assume not, so he was killed. Did you leave with or without permission?
Keep in mind...
If it was with permission...
So, Chris, I think you're getting a little confused. Barlen aren't locked into Calderan, or the Caldera. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just if their deal involved them having to stay in serve or whatever, they're at the behest of the devils. But
Yes.
once they've sold their soul, the devils don't need to care about them. Because the soul's gone. The devils have it. So
Right.
once the exchange is done, unless it involved...
That I think that's what I think Nori's trying to get to, is that at the moment we are seeing people that are fleeing being targeted,
Yep.
only Barlen. So somebody obviously cares that the Barlen are leaving. Without permission, without any reason, in their droves.
I
My
think,
father, all those years ago, one of those that done it.
and I
And
think
somebody was told to hunt them down.
the evidence that KT was targeted here, not while he was Myr'ra elsewhere, not while the many years that he has been in Denk. It was when he was in this tunnel.
You're
among-
being delicate, Lockheart. I have made my deal over 6 centuries ago.
Exactly. And you were not targeted in any of those centuries. You were targeted here in this cave. I think this piercer is as using this as a hunting ground and is targeting any Barlen that come through it. It is useful for them to be targeting ones that are leaving or in the process of leaving Caldera, but that is not why they are targeting them. They're simply targeting those that are moving in this area which you happened to be.
And yet, it leaves my question unanswered.
It does.
My father.
And it is only natural that you seek these answers and want revenge. And I assure you, I will assist you in this. This is not the end of the matter for us. I do not think it is beyond doubt, or it is possible still that Piercer is going to be still coming after KT here. If not, we will have seen the remainder of the refugees out of the tunnels. If so, then we will be here to try and deal with it once more. If we do get out of here, then I don't think we end this chapter. I think we continue to find this killer. And I will help you kill him.
As will I. I owe him one, after all.
Why?
Kind of like nods, and that kind of, yes you do. And perhaps we should be moving these people out faster.
We continue on. We should stay together. Katie, is there any way that... Well, I guess with this link, to continue to be known. I don't think the Piercer would take you again without letting us know. I suspect they will want us to know that we have been bested again. Perhaps will give us a chance. At the very least.
Like, Katie looks a bit unconvinced by that, but doesn't say anything. They just seem to be a bit like lost in their own thoughts. Which is unusual, obviously, for them to let that show.
Myr'ra will maybe suggest some kind of code word. If we telepathically share, at least we know all the people currently linked are the right people. It can be tofu.
Sorry to cut in. Also, sorry for dipping early, but I really need to go. Sorry.
That's okay. See you later.
See you.
So, moving everyone out.
I still think. Sorry, I was going to say keep an eye on the 8 who were blank but aren't anymore. But just in a general awareness of where they are in the group.
Okay.
We could ask the lads to keep an eye on them. Do we want to tell them? They can keep an eye on people in the group.
Yeah. I feel like we wouldn't need to tell them why either.
Yeah, I'm not sure about these people. Just keep an eye out. Just they're not. The vibes aren't there. So
Yeah.
You're like, bro, that's like 2 people each. We've got this.
Yeah.
Need to.
Maybe we should be teamed up with those elven maidens as well.
Oh, really?
Oh.
You'll need to ask Katie about that.
Yep. So, yeah, and you head off, I guess, back through the tunnels. He's, without incident, except obviously the time it takes to do this, is you get to the 5-way or 6-way split. And yeah, there's a body in the middle. Very specifically in the middle. And yep, same wounds. It's Keenan. He had drawn 3/4 of a circle of runes.
Oh.
Oh, Keenan.
Yeah.
I suppose same. As the other. Wrap him up.
Oh God, we're too good at this.
Yeah.
That's so morbid.
Yeah, I think Myr'ra and Ignysera have like a whole little routine down.
And that couple come over again and go, well, we did say.
Oh my God.
Actually, not needed right now.
It's not the time.
Chad.
Yep.
Come on.
Yeah, and Chad takes those 2 away.
Give them a talk about time and place. Being kinder to each other.
Yep.
Oh, they're like the PC bros.
So, yep, he's obviously say your ritualistic farewells, and I guess I'm assuming we're taking the way that leads to Voros, not the ones that lead to the bug nests or the random old like was it Hearthcore dwarven ruined city. Just gonna start.
So cool,
You wanted to settle in Denk, but what about
your own city, abandoned dwarven city? So yeah.
Yes, for
Okay. We can assume that you use rinse and repeat, keeping your watches and stuff. There is no other weird activity that happens. Obviously, you get to the mouth of the cave with a waterfall over it and the little kind of walkway outside it. And yeah, like I think Katie's carriage is still there, probably. I'm assuming it had been left. I don't think I'd said it was taken away. I don't remember, but it's there now, regardless. And yeah, you are told that Katie will meet you back at the city of Voros. He would quite like to make preparations personally for everybody to get there, and he will send, some of the soldiers from Denk, from Denk, but like from Voros, to come help escort you guys. And off trundles his cart.
He doesn't want to lead them in.
No, there seems to have been quite a shift in KT's attitude after like that conversation. Not quite as like flamboyant self. Definitely lost in more thought. Been lost in more thought recently. So he's not been his flamboyant self like he normally is. But yeah, so he's off. The maidens opt to stay behind as well to help ferry people. Everyone notably looks so much more relieved, having been able to breathe like the kind of chilled air of Voros, because it's obviously quite like wintry up in Voros compared to the ashy heat of Caldera. So quite a lot of people doing like quite a lot of physical adjustments of like, oh, actually it's quite chilly here, like, oh, and then you start heading towards the city. Anyone got anything in particular they need to do before you get to Voros? Because it's not that long to get to Voros.
Nori
Lockheart
would like to do something.
Okay.
Nori's going to go on the edge of the cave and he's just going to take his dagger out and he's going to scroll onto the wall. I'm coming for you. I
Okay.
know you might never see it, but I just want to leave a message.
Yep, you score that in.
And I think Lockhart probably will also, as they're leaving, just sort of look at you and be like, "You did miss one." And we'll probably, look to Nori and say, I know this. You will be the one to end this terror. You will be the one to kill it. I am confident in that. You will have your revenge.
In
I'm going
this
to look
life
up
or
to the
next.
city and I'm going to look back to Lockhart and say to him,
I think with that nice little scene, there's a fade out and then a fade in as you get to the city gates, obviously of Voros. Yeah, like Katie's standing there, in his role as count, welcoming it. You've got the guards obviously came and met you guys and got you back. As you get to the gates, obviously everybody's ushered in. You guys are stopped, obviously, as a group. All the refugees are seen to by seemingly people with clothes and food and medical supplies and stuff. Katie's rallied the city to obviously make sure these people are looked after immediately. And then these are surrounded by soldiers. And then Katie says, "My apologies, dear friends, however. Situations have come to my attention, and I must place you under arrest. Please, do not resist." And these are led. And, obviously, stripped of weaponry, unless people are going to try and oppose. Well.
No.
I mean,
Are you going to try and say the line?
no, I would like to be basically, is this Katie? I just want to insight check Katie.
Okay, go for it.
I don't suppose our prior experience and friendship with KT counts as an asset.
Why not?
Yay!
You've seen more of KT than you've ever seen before, very vulnerable. Yeah, why not?
I don't want to say it, but there's more of me in KT than I just like to admit.
yeah, me too, strangely enough.
So what's your total there?
So 7 times 3 is 21.
29?
29.
Yeah, this seems like KT. They seem quite formal and uncomfortable about this.
Yeah, well, trust them so far.
Yes. So everyone's disarmed and taken, obviously, to fairly unassuming room, but you can tell it's obviously quite a secure place where it's not quite a jail cell, but it's somewhere you would obviously interview people, a kind of interrogation type room. It seems quite like it's makeshift, very probably thrown up in a day type thing. And these are all put in there. There are seats and a table, a big wooden bench thing with some wooden stools at it, all on the one side. And these are left there for 6 or something hours. There's guards outside, etc.
Were any of our rings taken?
Anything on you guys was removed, other than clothing.
All clothing?
Yes, I think your sneaky cloak was probably removed as well, given that you haven't exactly been shy about showing off your trinkets in front of KT. So sadly, anything KT could have witnessed as a potential threat to you being arrested has been removed, which would include communication-based rings. Yes. So yes.
Does Myr'ra
What
have...
about teleportation-based rings?
Well, that's as I said, all your equipment has been removed. I think
Yes.
we'll blanket cover that. Yes.
But do you...
We should still be telepathically linked, though, because that's a 24-hour.
Yeah, if you've been keeping that going, yep.
Yeah.
The only person you won't have in the loop is KT, because they would have left by that point.
Moved. Yeah. So we can definitely be telepathically discussing what we think is going on.
Yep, without worried about being bugged, obviously.
Yeah.
Do we still have the lads?
No.
I mean, on the telepathic.
I mean, maybe.
Chad, we need your help. No.
We need a prison break. Come on.
Does Myr'ra have any way of messaging? Sorry, I never remember which.
I can check status. I would assume, because that's just like innate magic.
Yep.
But no, my message stuff came from I can do short range telepathy. As in I can do this. I can't do long range.
How many times can you check status?
What's your plan? Tell us the plan. Lead with that.
Yeah, basically just can you bug as an annoy Vermi. Just be like, just in case. Just be like, because she'll know it's you. Just be like, yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Really?
Why do you keep asking me if I'm fine? Are you okay?
Why do we think we've been arrested? Who do we want to check up on?
But do they get like a notification?
They know I've checked in, and they can choose what they send back. So I tell it spam for me. Oh,
that would be.
Wait until we found out why we've been arrested. Then do it. What if she's ordered it? What if something's happened with Chiral? What if? Like.
The difficulty is that KT knew about this from a few days ago. Is an inference that I'm taking here.
Yeah.
So
at least a day.
I don't think it is Vermi that's caused this, but you agree. But it could be something more demonic. Would be my first guess. So it just might be good for Vermi to know that something's potentially happening to us.
You may get your one phone call.
Yeah. I can check status. I can at least do one of, is everybody we know in the world feeling safe and happy? Do they know what's going on?
It's just, if you send out one pulse, that will be just taken as a check status.
Yeah.
If you spam it a few times, then they'll be like, okay, something's wrong.
So what's the plan?
Yeah.
Lockheart is trying to convince Myr'ra to do this telepathically.
And I think Myr'ra's like, well, we should wait until we have more information.
Yeah, but I don't want them to then come in and then stop you from being able to do that. Essentially,
how they'd stop me from being able to do that apart from knocking me unconscious, which they could do. But I think if I'm alive and awake, I can check status.
Like, I just, if there was any way that we could just let Loudon know, or Vermi know, she is a Loudon sort of thing.
Yeah, like of Loudon. Yeah.
If we could just anything that's anything that I can think of to just get word out something funky is going on.
Yeah. Okay, I can give it a go.
Yeah.
I will check status on Vermi.
Cool. Yeah. So, just Vermi?
Just Vermi.
Okay.
If we're going with this plan, I'm just doing Vermi.
Okay. You go to check status, and the room walls light up with runes.
Yeah, okay, fair. Or that. That's the other thing that could stop me doing it. I telepathically say. So we can do telepathy within the room, but nothing can go out. Okay. It's like Santa's crypt.
So, are the 6 hours passing?
Yeah.
I'm just doing push-ups in the corner.
Yep.
All the time.
Mary's speculating wildly.
I think we've had a few rests since then. Since
Yes.
last
Like,
apocalypse.
Yeah.
at least
Enough
a
to-
day's worth of rests. Yes. At least a day's worth of rests. If that helps significantly.
I don't know if a day's worth of rest definitely would put me back up is the problem.
But yes. Either way, the 6 hours of you guys being left to kind of, exhaust some options and run some theories between each other happens. The door opens and in walks Sir Ethane.
Say thing.
And then kind of looks at the group, wherever you're in the middle of doing, closes the door, and then steps 2 steps forward closer to the table dividing the room, and says, I would appreciate it if you all sit for this.
Lockhart will.
Sit down.
Yep. And then Sir Ethane draws his sword for the first time that you have ever seen. As they reach back and pull out their blade, you don't actually see a blade at all. There's just a tiny glint of light, seemingly suspended in the air. But you definitely hear the kind of, movie sound effect of a blade being unsheathed, and they kind of hold it in their hand out to the side. And then they say, at what stage in my complicity are you going to inform me that the recipient of healing was a fae that seems to have escaped the war? And that's where we end the session.
Fair.
Right.
Yeah, valid.
Yep.
We couldn't tell it. We probably could have.
You just made a calculated risk. Let's face it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. Yep. Dinosaur Island, everybody.
Why are we under arrest?
We're never gonna make it.
What do you
Not
mean,
gonna
why are
happen.
you under arrest? Harbouring a fae?
Oh.
We're not. We're just trying to heal him.
And that's
Hey, I
not
don't even
illegal.
know this May, so I'm.
Oh, yeah, that's so true.
Man, I'm just-
Falkwin.
If the
Ignysera,
Queen orders it, it's
you
not
know a
illegal.
fee?
Oh no. Oh.
So, what would you like to call this session?
Oh no.
Pop in your suggestions.
Yep. Yep.
It has more than one meaning now. Oh, that's good.
Fae today, gone tomorrow, tomorrow's goodbye. Any other suggestions? Or votes?
There was something that was said. I cannot remember what it was now. I was going to note down, but forgot. Yes. May as well get this one over with.
Mm-hmm. There we go. You missed one. That's our session title. Excellent. Yes. I will say everyone got some refugees out. So yeah.
We did get
Got 68.
Yeah.
Yeah.
79. We lost 11.
9. That's not too bad.
You know what? I think that's a record.
Yeah, I mean, arguably, the ones you lost, like, besides actually, definitely dying, like, some might not have been real, right? Like, it's fine. Yeah. That's fine. But yes, everyone gets XP for at least completing the refugee run.
Woo!
Because you did do that. So there's XP for that. Yes. Let us do our wrap-up chat and we'll do our awards at the end. So, Kalli.
Oh, it was fun. I'm a bit sad that we didn't catch the guy, but
Yet.
it was really good though. Yeah, just every time we had a sleep or a rest or something, so someone's going to go missing. Something's going to happen every time. It's just like werewolf.
Yes.
I'm like, Bruce fucking doing it. But it's fine. I'm glad Katie didn't die, so that's good. Also, but now we're arrested, so I don't know what's going to happen next. But Sari Thane's going to be mad at us, I suppose. But nah. Oh, yeah, it was good. Very fun.
Good. Yes. Lockhart. Alexander.
Indeed. I mean, the swings of the dice giveth and the dice taketh away.
You can't be good all the time, like getting a 34 or 31, you're due a 1,
Mm-hmm. I mean, the blasting him out of his hiding felt very good. And then failing to lie felt less good. And I know, I think in this system, you're meant to be using XP to undo them. It just feels wrong.
Oh, I was far more excited to have it not
Yeah.
work. I much prefer that, I think. And you definitely have the right call with it, because I think while you're saying you think the system's designed to pay them off, I mean, it's also half the fun seeing how things change narratively, right? I think so.
And yeah, I say I'm not too worried about Sari Thane. He kills us, he has to then deal with Riven, so we've got that insurance. And the Queen says that it was okay. So as far as Lockheart is concerned, that absolves everything.
Yeah, she definitely didn't use that to become queen.
Yeah. Magic swords say so. So, who are we to judge or argue? And I know he's not of Denk, but unless he's of cat and or lizard or orc or any of the non-blade races, then magic sword say so should mean something to him too.
Yeah.
So I think we can, fresh out of our success of talking our way out of the last one, I'm sure we can talk our way out of this one.
I look forward to that 1-year-old next session.
KT owes us. So I think I think we can get ourselves out of this, and I can get to watch Nori kill the heart piercer.
Yes. How do you feel about the heart piercer taking on your appearance to talk to you?
Yeah, I mean, there's flattery in that, and I did think as well because like sort of cast the like terrifying image, and I feel like there's a bit of that in it. It's like, what is the thing to be feared the most? It's like, oh yeah, it's Lockheart. So,
What's in that cave? Only what you take with you.
Indeed.
Yeah, no, it's good. Very good. Some really good roleplay. Hannah?
I am loving being like a switchboard. I think Myr'ra's brain must just be like, this is so much information. I love it. So fun. So many twists and turns. Really, really had a great time. Love that it's Surrey Thane. Because I definitely think, like, because we knew Carrot was a fae. I was like, I feel like we implied that enough. Like, I feel like that was, we gave him weird gold, like weird silver fae coins. Like, you can infer. Oh, he didn't infer? Oh, okay. Oh, he's mad? Oh, fair. Yeah, Vermi, like, she's the queen. Like, you can't be too mad at us. But you probably can. Bless. I want to know more about him, though. I'm just like, whoa. This, like, I have questions. I always have questions about Surrey Thane.
Any that are immediately at the forefront of your mind?
Oh, see, at one point I thought he was Bran and Al. That was my theory.
I remember you'd
and
said
that's
that,
obviously
yeah.
not true, because we met Bran.
Yep.
Well, you're not Surrey Thane. What if he's like the other Iron Root elf that was maybe still out there? Because like, did Bran and Al not have like a partner?
Bran and Al did mention that he'd left someone out of the ritual.
Left someone. Yeah. So what if that's Surrey Thane? I have questions. Because yes, I think we've established that he's not Calderan and he's not from Denk, but we know nothing else about him.
Yep. You know he can fight. You know he likes plants.
Yeah.
Like, yep. He seems to like.
He can fight.
I mean, true. You've never actually seen him fight.
We've seen the aftermath of the fight.
You've never seen anything on screen.
He did also say that he wasn't confident he could take Riven, or like it wouldn't be like an easy fight, which I think does also help sort of place.
Yeah, probably not. But you never know. Maybe he was just trying to be nice. Also, apparently, he's really mad about the Fae. So,
also, like the other thing we know about him is him and KT seem close.
Yeah, and KT's been around for 600 years. We have now learnt. There we go. Love. I am just glad that KT is KT as well, because I was also sort of like, maybe it's KT. Maybe KT's still in the cave somewhere. Maybe this is the bad guy. But then, like, he let us telepathically link with him, and I'm like, it's probably fine. It's probably him. Love it. Very excited to see what happens next and how Lockhart talks us out of it.
Well, Lockhart is the lawyer, I guess.
Yeah.
After the fire, into the frying pan.
Amazing.
That's actually first question, isn't it? Is it illegal to help the Fae? Is there anything written that says it's illegal to help the Fae?
I'm sure there is.
I love the technicalities. You're going, technically speaking, Sir with Sword, we think it's fine. Like, I loved when you were saying, like, when Sir Ethan asked you in Dagda Cathair at that tavern, like, oh, can you at least give me the rough size of this person you want me to help so I can work on dosages? And I think it was Nori that went to say, yeah, they're like my height. No, they were everyone's height. Oh no. So, yeah, it did present.
I feel we were weird enough.
Yeah.
Of gold.
Yeah, not an easy thing to convey across. But the other question is, does that mean Kyril got the healing? Or not? So that's another element to that. Nori, Chris, your wrap-up chat.
I'm glad kind of going this way. It would have been great to have the battle with the heart stabber, but I mean, come on. And we've got to go back, but we also have other missions to and I think Nori will understand that. And it may end up being a Nori one shot going back himself and picking up KT and just heading into that dungeon, just trying to find this guy. But it played out the way. Yeah, it's played out very, very well. The illusion stuff, being unable to combat it to any kind of degree, made it trickier. Just made it trickier for us to do because none of us really have that skill, apart from Lockheart just blasting everybody with whatever he can. That made sense.
Images,
yeah. It was good to see Lockheart passionate, shall we say, after the meeting. He's now as determined as I am almost that this has got to stop. Didn't see that as much to do with the refugees or the can't remember the word. It's just that this guy's tried to take the piss out of Lockheart, and Lockheart now, oh no. He's never going to say it that way, but that's the way it's going to come across. It's great as usual. Just enjoying every minute of it.
I'm glad you're
apart from my internet problems.
Yeah, we did what we could with that. It's also good because obviously it was quite Nori centric in some places, given obviously the ties to Nori's backstory with this heart piercer killer. It seems also the potential revelation that your dad's a Barlen, like quite strong implications.
Didn't even know
that. Yeah. KT's promise to be like, no, I'm actually quite committed to helping you like find this guy, like, and getting the answers.
And yet he puts me in prison. How can he help us by putting it? Yeah.
I mean, again, from what Lockheart picked up on it, at the end, he seemed quite like output by this. Like, oh, this isn't great, but you know, as a subject of the Queen, kind of has to follow the law.
And it's how you interpret the law
yes. Well, on that note, who are we awarding the XP to? Anyone get any particular suggestions they'd like to put forward?
I think
KT.
Alexander or Lockhart for the conversation with himself, kind of with the piercer. I thought was really good. Really good. RP and stuff from it.
Yeah.
And 100% agree.
I would say, also the pull of this affects minds, and so I can sweep the room with it. I thought was really cool. And then having to face yourself was very, very intense. Also for just being that kind of committed to no, KT, we have to save KT.
That was good. And
with that conversation, I was also slightly trying not to quite be the usual Lockhart. Wasn't quite trying to just play into it, but to try and cut him off. To be that I was trying to make that a bit different to usual. To try and throw him off.
You were definitely aggravating him. Yeah, you were as behind the mask as he was willing to let you get, quite frankly, which was much more behind the mask than he was probably comfortable with. So hopefully that came across from my reactions as well. He was annoyed by you. That's why he isolated you. He was like, you are a thorn in my side. Wow.
Yeah. And that he's selected him from what he's seen. So have to act as not what he's seen. And to try and convince him otherwise. But yeah.
No, it's good. Yeah. It does seem to be unanimous. Lockhart, an extra point of XP for you for mind the games with the enemy. This is when next week he just sides with the heart piercer due to another legal matter. Yep. That was a lot of fun. I have to admit, I quite happy to wrap up the refugee arc as well and see what this next little storyline unfolds. I hope these are all brushing up on your excuses as to why Fae aren't so bad anyway. For next time.
Oh, I never said that once.
I mean, Cairo's been nice to you guys, right? So,
and it is.
I think currently here, the only person who was sort of on the chiral train is now me.
That's what I was just about to say. when we made the deal at the lake, I think you're the only one that actually made
Only
it.
one still
Jet.
here, yeah.
Yep, Jet made one as well.
Yep.
Yep.
Me and Jet.
Mhm.
And Vermi.
Yes, indeed, and Vermi. Yep. So Jet, Vermi, and Myr'ra were the three people that made deals with Chiral. Yes. Obviously.
And obviously, we won't mention that next time, will we, to get out of here?
Yes, but again, keep in mind, did seem reluctantly arrested on KT's part, like, given what you have just been through. Like, KT does owe you guys a lot, and you also owe KT a lot, so you are quite bonded in that front. I definitely wasn't done with that, just lock them up vibe. But I think it kind of maybe highlights the back and forth that KT and Cirithane have. And the way, even the way KT talks about Cirithane, like, my Cirithane. Or how dare you task my assets without permission? Yeah. So, curious. That does kind of beg the question, how long have they been together?
I think we did ask that in like the first arc. So I'll see if I can find my notes from there.
So, I can answer that now. What you did ask was how long he'd been together in the context of guarding the city and having dismissed all the town guards.
Okay.
Which was a fairly recent event. In the grand scheme of things. It wasn't like years and years that they had dismissed the entire town guard. It was a fairly recent thing. Like within the year recent for that. But yes, as to how long they've known each other, who knows? And as I said, KT did say their age in the first arc. They said they were like 647.
Yeah.
Because they're basically a 47-year-old that stopped aging for 600 years. So, that is them. Thanks for everyone for playing, and say goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Right, everyone.